Chair, you have a live mic.
All right, we are to the point now that where we can start listening to the public comment. Is there somebody that's going to speak for?
Mr. Chair, I have three people that have submitted slips saying they represent an organization. The first one is Mr. Oldshoff, who is an attorney representing the group, who has two experts. The other is Christine Corin, who represents an HOA, or possibly two, I can't remember, one HOA, and then Brad Cornell, who represents, I think, is it Audubon Western Everglades, Brad? Yes. So would you, and then we have 28 individual speakers.
Okay, I'm going to hold Brad to 3 minutes because that's not actually a party to the deal.
Yes, sir.
But we'd be glad to hear what you have to say.
Would you like to start then with these representatives? Yes. Okay, Gary Oldenshoff. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading the handwriting. Is it Oldshoff? Oldahoff. I'm sorry, sir. And he has two experts that will be testifying with him, Dan Trescott and Max Forges.
They'll speak to you after I've finished.
I believe they're supposed to be a part of the 15 minutes, but is that correct, the experts?
Yes, including the experts is 15 minutes.
Okay, sir.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Do you have a PowerPoint, sir?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
We're ready.
Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Gary Oldahoff, and I represent a large group of people that have a very, very keen interest in this application. Let me give you just a moment of my background. I've been a land use law expert since 1990. I'm an expert in the Florida comprehensive planning law. I'm an expert in land use. I'm an expert in comprehensive plan writing. I've written comprehensive plans. I've done it all over the state. And so I took a look at this, and I want to try to put this in its proper context because it seems to be a little upside down. The first item on your agenda is a comprehensive plan amendment. That has to be addressed first. If you do not approve the comprehensive plan amendment, you do not approve the PUD amendments associated with Section 29 because they are inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. The law is very clear on that. Now, you can take up a motion to deny that request because it's inconsistent with the plan, but that's how the law goes. Now, something that you haven't heard anything about so far is the law. The law is in the Comprehensive Plan Act. It's in the statutes that provide for how you create and form and modify and amend a comprehensive plan. That statute is in Chapter 163 of the Florida statutes, and you haven't heard anything at all about what the law says you have to do with regard to a comprehensive plan amendment. I had written a memorandum to the county attorney. Because of that omission, you only have a memo in your packet that deals with a rezoning. You don't have anything there that deals with the law of comprehensive plan amendments. A comprehensive plan amendment has to start from the baseline that the comprehensive plan that is in existence, that someone is seeking to amend, is lawfully established in light of all the data that is available with regard to comprehensive planning and writing comprehensive plans. If someone wants you to amend a comprehensive plan, they have to demonstrate to you that this plan is out of sync with the data and with the analysis of the data, and it has to be changed. If it's with regard to a specific property, it has to follow the requirements of the comprehensive planning law, the statute. It also has to maintain absolute internal consistency with all of the other elements of the plan. It has to be connected. I heard somebody say during the Planning Commission discussions that there was something about a balancing of plan policies. That's illegal. That's clear. The statute couldn't be clearer. Section 163.3177(2), subparagraph 2 says, coordination of the elements of the comprehensive plan shall be a major objective of the plan and the planning process. The elements of the comprehensive plan shall be consistent. You can't just pick and choose which ones you want. Now, when I take a look at this as a county attorney, as I sat in that chair like that one for 20 years. I'm coming to you and I'm talking to you and I'm inviting you to please question me. I'm telling you exactly what I would tell my county commissions and what I have told my county commissions. I'm going to be perfectly candid with you. This application to change the comprehensive plan, and mind you, what's available for that property is exactly what this developer wanted. It's exactly what he gave in return for entitlements to you, as well as to the federal government. And it's also exactly the uses that he says he wants. So that's your baseline. Your baseline is this is neutral land. This is ag land. This is a little tiny piece. This is ag land. It's 1/4, and it is not a place where you can put any other units, including affordable housing units. This is not a transfer right. This is intended to be that dense. So my take on this and looking at this over the past almost 2 years, I'm going to really simplify it, and I'm going to be perfectly candid with you. In 35 years, I have never seen an application for a comprehensive plan amendment as unbelievable as this one. I've never seen one. This is breathtakingly illegal. This is breathtakingly illegal. It's also incredibly audacious. And what it's really asking you is how low will you go to give this applicant what it wants? How low will you go? What will the commission do for this applicant to please this applicant? This applicant has all the development entitlements that it ever asked for. It's used them all. It has never paid the bill. It has not given the county a single conservation easement. I want to digress for a second. The easement. The problem with this is if you look at the 2018 master plan, the 2018 master plan for this property shows this property it had in an enlarged area of preserve. They changed the preserve on it. Now, during the hearings, we got this new thing, which was, oh, wait a minute. It turns out that we left this land out of the masterpiece. It suddenly reappeared. Look at the 2018 master plan. Compare it to the one that you're getting to make the modification with. But anyway, so there we are. Now, when we look at this, we are looking at this from the standpoint of affordable housing. Affordable housing. Let's look at the affordable housing that we're talking about here. The affordable housing is between $84,000 and $110,000. $104,000. So if you make $80,000 based on the rent amount, you can live here. If you make more than $104,000, you can't live here. A majority of your people that need workforce housing don't fall into that upper crust category of this $80,000 to $104,000. Look, if you make this amendment, and I'm absolutely confident on this, you will violate the federal law. You'll violate the Endangered Species Act. You will violate several sections, at least 4 sections of the state statutes. You'll violate the conservation easement that's on this property pursuant to a federal permit. You will, and that's final action, by the way. You have that in your materials. That's final action. So when you heard a staff member who's not a lawyer tell you that the staff cannot consider that, number one, you absolutely have to consider that in connection with the comprehensive plan amendment. Absolutely clear. It only applies to development orders. It would only apply in the context of a rezoning. But that statute says if the agency has said, this is final. That's it. That's it. We're not going to reopen this. We're not going to amend it. It's done. A question that was raised about, well, what about the value of this land? There is no dispute. That's undisputed. This land is panther land. This land is blue-bonneted bat land. And how do we know that? It's because Mr. Hall, in his own expert reports that he gave to the Fish and Wildlife Service, says it. And in the Fish and Wildlife Service's analysis that they did for this permit, they said it too. They said it's there. Now, what did they say in their final letter where they said, no, we're done? They said, we are not going to give back or take back that conservation easement. They said this is January 31st of this year. The value to Florida panthers alone is especially significant, as indicated by panther telemetry data, showing the area is used by panthers, and this is about this specific land, is used by panthers and provides an important travel corridor. Because the 57 requested acres to be released are situated near the center of the full 606.8 acres designated for protection, the habitat fragmentation effect is larger than just 57 acres. Developing 57 acres in the center of this protected area severely compromises the entire area as a corridor and habitat for panthers. One of the most significant threats to Florida panthers is habitat loss and fragmentation. It goes on. It's in your materials, and I take it that you've read these because you said that you've gone to painstaking detail to go through all of these things. I don't want to get off my point. You have to be able to support an amendment to the comprehensive plan, which is a change from the established constitution for the county. You have to be able to show that it's supported by data and analysis of the data. There is no data. You have heard no data at all that would support this comprehensive plan amendment on this particular property. None. There's zero data. You have to have that data to show that you're required to make this change. You also are completely abandoning. You're completely violating. I'm looking here. It could be a dozen established policies in your future land use plan. The same with regard to the number of policies in your coastal management plan. This land is not urban or coastal residential fringe. This is not urban coastal fringe. This is rural neutral. It does not provide for, and as a matter of fact, they want you to put that language into that element solely and specifically with regard to this property. It doesn't fly without it. It violates a host of your plan policies. It is incompatible. It is not internally consistent with the plan. Public benefit. Public benefit. You know, when I listen to, over all these days, the comments and the justifications that are being made by this applicant, and now with staff with its impassioned plea, it does seem to me that it's really, really, really mumbo jumbo. It's smoke and mirrors. It doesn't add up. Why, when asked, why do we have to make this comprehensive plan amendment? Why is it necessary? The response that we got from, and this is in your, in the Planning Commission record, is it's necessary because we have to do this to amend the PUD. To amend the PUD. That's not data. That's not analysis. Auto Ranch Road, that's going to be a wonderful benefit to the people of who? This isn't a public benefit. That benefits nobody except for this applicant. Nobody. Auto Ranch Road doesn't want this. They don't want a levee down the middle of their neighborhood. This 4,000 average daily trips. That means this project is going to put 4,000 cars back and forth on that road every single day. When you look at peak hour, peak season, that's an hour in the PM. It's a 60-minute period during that period. And that's where you're getting those numbers. It's not a matter of safety. It's quality of life. This is a rural neighborhood. You're going to destroy it completely. Public benefit, it doesn't benefit anybody at all. An elevated levy, two, $7.8 million. I'm telling everybody here, I've done this for years. The taxpayers are going to pay for that road, either directly or indirectly. I guarantee it. The utility ratepayers are going to pay for that utility line, directly or indirectly. They are going to pay for it. You are going to be asked to pay for it directly, or it's going to be done indirectly in your budgeting process, in your capital improvement plan process. So that's not a public benefit. Look, this violates the federal law. Do you really, really, really want to make this comprehensive plan amendment and entitle this land that the federal government has said at the agreement of this applicant is limited and can't be used? Are you going to fight the federal government over this?
Thank you, Mr. Oldham.
You're going to tick off, in one way or another,
I'm
you're going to
sorry.
tick
Thank
off
you.
all
Thank
of
you
the
so much.
residents and all of the taxpayers
You're
in
done.
this
Thank you
county.
so much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, he did have two experts that obviously didn't get heard in that time. Do you want to give them 3 minutes as standalone speakers? How do you want me to proceed on this, sir?
You know what, the rules are 15 minutes, including testimony and expert witnesses, so we'll move forward.
Your next speaker?
I do have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad-
Which federal agency are we violating? You mentioned federal this and federal that.
Yeah,
Just which one?
right, the Endangered Species Act.
Which federal agency?
The federal government, the Department
Which
of the
federal
Interior.
agency? Either answer that question or just say, I don't know.
No, I know, it's the Department of the Interior, but it's the
Okay, that's
federal
what I need to know.
government.
Thanks. That's what I was just curious.
Yeah. You're violating the federal law.
Thank you.
Your next speaker representing, she'll have to tell us which homeowners association, Christine Corin. I'm sorry, Christine, I didn't get a chance to write it down when you told me. My apologies. Representing Royal Palm Golf Estates.
My original speech was 3.5, 4 pages long. I've been timing myself for days to get this down to 3 minutes, so
You're good,
bear with
Christine.
me.
Go right ahead.
I thank Gary for that presentation. That was,
You do have 15 minutes, so go slower so the court reporter can get it all down.
okay. I am a director on the board of directors for Royal Palm Golf Estates. I am also the co-chair for the Protect the Preserve Committee, which was organized 2.5 years ago. So we've been, I've met all the commissioners, and believe me, I'm glad to have that opportunity to meet all of you. I was absolutely impressed with your credentials and your backgrounds. But now that I smoothed a little bit, I just want you all to know that I viewed this project not on a lot of the areas we've been talking about, but on the amount of impact this is going to have to Royal Palm Golf Estates. And I don't think anybody could be more of a witness than the people living in Royal Palm Golf Estates during Hurricane Ian in 2022. Yeah, I must say, I think I have
We know.
PTSD because of that hurricane. But the thing is, and I learned this early on when I was speaking with Stormwater Management and Mr. Orth, that I believe has retired now from Collier County. And he said to me, he said, Chris, I'm going to tell you one thing. if there's ever a threat of a hurricane or storm surge, you pack up and leave. Do you hear me? He said, leave. And I said, why? Well, Royal Palm Golf Estates, during its construction, was not required to bring in fill to elevate the homes that were being built. As we all know, in Collier County, fill is extremely expensive. So what the developer did, he left it up to individual landowners to bring in their own fill. So consequently, Royal Palm Golf Estate sits extremely low, and those of us that live on that east-west spreader canal, which you might have seen on some of the overheads, we lost our backyards totally this year just from regular wet season. Well, I'm not talking hurricanes. I'm just talking our regular season. That to emphasize how low these homes were built on. Now, yes, there is new constructions going up. I mean, they look unbelievably high, which is a good thing. Doesn't help my house that was built in 2005. Anyways, during Hurricane Ian, a bunch of us just watched the preserve, because what South Florida Water Management had told me is that the soils within 29 have rare consistencies to it. It's called a short hydro period wetland. And what the soils do in 29 is they absorb the storm water like a sponge, and they hold it. And it did that during Ian until 8:30 that night. It surged. Now, luckily, it was holding most of the water at that time, and then it got to the point it could hold no more. It come rushing across the canal. It came into the swales out onto Royal Hammock Boulevard. There was a neighbor of mine that called me, says, oh my God, I have fish in my driveway. And the water just surged over. Now I feel, because of the qualities of that soil, that if this development gets approved, it's going to totally destroy those soils, which I will say again, that South Florida Water says is extremely rare, and that we need to protect those type of soils in Southwest Florida. Now, I don't know why I wrote this, because I'm not even paying attention to it. But for me, I'm scared to death to think what they're going to do to the delicate balance of the preserve. And that's why, I am standing here pleading with you, don't take away our protection. I did further research on that. I found documents within Collier County stating that 29 protects, it said it protects the development to the north from dangerous storm surge. So going in there and disrupting those could be very bad for us, all of us in the community. Like I said, we're unique. We are very low. We're in a high hazard flood zone now that it's been changed. And we're very unique because no dirt was required to come in when they were doing that development. Thank you. Does anybody have a question for me?
Commissioner Castro.
Christine, do you have documentation from the Southwest Florida Water Management
I
District?
do. I
talking
don't
about
have
this
it
stuff?
on me. I can send it to you, though, yes. I do. I mean, I was learning 2.5 years ago.
But I mean, that's a pretty bold statement.
Oh, I know.
Southwest Florida
I know.
Water Management District says
I have a
Section 29 contains special soil.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've all done a pretty deep dive. I guess I didn't get the special soil document. And you and I met multiple times. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything, but like I said at the start, I'm trying to separate rumor from fact. So the special soil,
I
the violating the Interior, Department of Interior, somebody.
It's called
hand
a
me that in
short
writing.
period, short hydro period wetland. That's how they classified 29.
And respectfully, if that is such a major part of your rebuttal of this project, wouldn't that be one of the first things that you would have sent to all of us, or that, if
Oh,
you
everybody got these, especially when we met.
never saw anything on special soil?
Well, no, I said it was a short hydro period wetland.
Okay.
And that's how they classified it, and if you look up the terms with South Florida Water Management, they'll explain it
No,
to
but
you.
I mean, you have something
Yeah.
sent to you from
Yeah,
them.
I gave that to everybody. I'm sorry. Yeah, when we came and visited you, it was in the packets that I submitted. We all submitted different things. Mine was storm surge, because that is personal, a concern to me.
Okay, but my question is, in that packet, there's a letter from the Southwest Florida Water Management District on their letterhead addressed to you talking about this special soil in section 29.
No, it's not on letterhead, no.
But it's from them, it's signed by them, or it's your comment saying you heard from them. I mean, it's important because these are
I
key
know, when I was
points.
doing my research on it, I have a document with the picture of the preserve, and it says this preserve has the short hydro period wetland. I have it
Okay.
several places. That's why I included it in your packets. And I realized that we dumped a lot of material on the commissioners when we met with you, and I didn't expect everybody to read all that. I didn't even want to read it all. So I know how it could have been missed. That's why I wanted to make this part of my discussion, is because of the soils in there. I feel very strongly we need to preserve the preserve for several reasons, but that to me is the most important.
But you understand that from our
I understand.
standpoint here, citizens laundry listing all their concerns is not as effective as very specific evidence from the Department of the Interior saying we're about to violate law,
I
from the
agree.
Southwest Florida Water Management District saying Section 29 has special soil. I mean, of course, citizens who are against this project are going to say there's 4,000 cars all day long that are,
Right.
and you hear, I'm not
Well, I
disputing that.
couldn't make this up because I have no idea what a short hydro period wetland is. So I never heard the terms before, but I did talk to Collier County staff back 2.5 years ago, and it was explained to me, and that's all I can say.
Okay.
I understand where you're coming from.
Yes, ma'am.
too.
No, I do too. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, it's time for our individual speakers. Just a reminder of the process to those here in the room. I'll call two names. Please queue up at both podiums. First speaker followed by the second speaker. And a last reminder, there will be a single beep when you have 30 seconds to go.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification. If these speakers were represented by either of the two speakers, are they also allowed to speak? Because I thought the reason these speakers were given extra time is because they were speaking on behalf of the individuals they represent.
If it helps, Mr. Chair, I have no way to identify who these individuals are that are being represented because all I got was the note from the attorney saying he represents
I
them.
mean, all I'm asking you is if that's the case, and if you can ask them were they represented by either of the two speakers, then Tori can answer that question.
All right, we'll move forward. Your first speaker is Brad Cornell, and Brad will be followed by Matthew Holliday.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Brad Cornell, Mr. Chair, and it's good to see you all this afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Audubon Western Everglades, which has 3,000 members here in Collier County, and Audubon, Florida, that owns the 13,000-acre Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary. I'm here to share that we have reviewed the 3 petitions before you. We have also attended and testified before the Planning Commission, and based on numerous factors and principles, we strongly oppose the approval of these changes for this project, this proposed project. Our reasons are summarized in the following points. The proposal is inconsistent with the Collier County Growth Management Plan. Audubon objects to changing the Growth Management Plan's Rural Fringe Mixed-Use District neutral lands on Section 29 to add 750 residential units. Audubon Western Everglades helped write the Rural Fringe Mixed-Use District policies and helped defend them in court alongside Collier County in 2003. We hired our own attorney that worked with your attorney, and we were successful in that defense. Neutral lands do have significant environmental values, such as the Corkscrew Island neighborhood, which is right next to Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary. and is neutral lands. And North Belmead, Section 24, where the Nancy Payton Preserve is also neutral lands. These are highly valuable habitats. Section 29 is also surrounded on 3 sides by preserves: outstanding Florida waters, Collier Seminole State Park, and very near the Picayune Strand Everglades Restoration Project, which is the Panther Conservation Bank for all of Everglades restoration in South Florida. It's also near 10,000 Islands National Wildlife Refuge and Rookery Bay Reserve. The habitat value of this proposed development site, listed as a park in the PUD, is fairly high, as currently pasture, which is a prominent habitat in primary panther zones. The primary and secondary panther zones, by the way, have not been updated since the Fish and Wildlife Service adopted them in 2008, based on earlier data. The abandonment of row crops has made this area much better panther habitat in recent years. Audubon also objects to the violation of the original 1998 PUD commitments in Section 29. Panthers, and the objection we have is that 8 acres of the forested preserve, the actual preserve in that PUD, are going to be destroyed for a road. And that's a significant loss, especially when you consider this as a panther preserve. And panthers are wide-ranging species. You put a road through, you fragment that habitat. The value is much, much less. That's a big deal. And finally, I just want to, I guess I'm not going to say anything else, but we do oppose this project. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Matthew Holliday. He'll be followed by William Mollis.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. On behalf of NCH, I'm grateful to be here today to talk to you a little bit about what's impacting your health care in this community. I wish I could remember where I found it, but I found an article once upon a time from 1976 bemoaning the lack of affordable housing in Collier County. I know how much you love anecdotes, but that's the best I've got today there. Consider any outing that you've been out to lately, restaurants, any services you're going after. Finding workforce is challenging. Now imagine that in a hospital. I live up in Lee County because that's where my bride works, so it's where my child goes to school, but I travel this route from Fort Myers to Naples every day. I can tell you the volume of traffic coming into here for people that work is overwhelming. These folks are coming on the roads anyway, they're here. When they find employment in Lee County, that's where they'll go. You're going to lose services, you're going to lose access to people that keep this county moving forward. And I know it affects the county because I see county vehicles commuting morning and evening back and forth to Lee County. So there are multiple agencies, multiple organizations that are feeling the same effects we are. I've talked to you in the past, we've done studies on our workforce. We know that about a third or 30% of our workforce live in Lee County. That represents about an $88 million economic impact that leaves Collier County every day with our payroll. We very much are sensitive to the needs of the environment, of our wildlife. I spend a lot of time in the Everglades just having fun looking for animals myself. However, with 800 residents a day moving to Florida, that's one estimate, these folks are going to come somewhere. And if you want to continue to have access to the best of services, the best medical care, you've got to do something about accessible housing for the workforce. Keeping them local, keeping those payroll dollars local, keeping the interests local is absolutely important to our mission, your school district, your law enforcement, and all the other good people that keep everything moving forward. So I thank you for your time.
Your next speaker is William Mollis. He will be followed by Jan Mollis. Do you want to speak? Your next speaker is Marlene, oh my goodness, is this Church? Lurch? All right. Stephen John. Do you want to speak individually, sir? Lawrence Peterson. Mr. Peterson will be followed by Brad Clough. Hope I'm saying that right. Clough? He left? Okay, so Karen Clough, Mr. Clough, she left as well. Annette Macaluso. John Robinson. Mr. Robinson, you'll be after this gentleman at the next podium. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm here to deny the Section 29.
Can you start with your name, please, sir? Can you state your name, please?
Lawrence Peterson. I'm here to try to deny the Section 29 development. A little bit about my background. My parents were residents of Marco Island since 1970s. My wife and I own property on Marco as well. Therefore, I have firsthand experience with Andrew, Wilma, Irma, and all the others that have impacted us. Now I own property on Royal Palm. In October, I sent a letter to Commissioner LaCastro, which he answered, and I thank you, Commissioner. I submitted to the board here for your review. In that letter is a picture of my neighbor's backyard during Hurricane Ian. The flooding approached their house, but I took the photograph to document the damage to my screen, so it didn't show their house, but it was pretty significant. I would also offer this testimony that the flooding has touched the shoulders of US 41 during the recent hurricanes, especially after all the rain that we had this year. You're probably aware of the high tide flooding on San Marco Road, and I'm sure that your highway people can attest to that. I found Fiddler's presentation interesting in that they document significant flooding on Auto Ranch. It's unfortunate they did not picture the flooded yards. My final statement is an opinion, but if, as an old person, if the Army Corps of Engineers has not fully figured out how to solve the impact of human development and Mother Nature on the Everglades and Okeechobee, for example, how does this applicant avoid adding to our flooding problem? Thank you.
Your next speaker is John Robinson, and he will be followed by Mara Robinson. Do you want to speak individually, ma'am? John will be followed by Lawrence Hanba. You'll be at this podium, sir. Mr. Robinson.
John Robinson, Royal Palms Gulf Estates resident. Thank you for hearing me today. The Planning Commission, when they denied this, were completely aware of separate preserve areas, park, and I'll emphasize again, park land, adult use. That whole area for decades has been designated reserve, preserve, lakes, and park. It is never meant to have multi-story buildings at a density of 15 people per acre. That is totally inappropriate use of that area. It is going to cost millions of dollars to put in a road and a sewer that won't benefit any of the people that currently live there. They couldn't afford to hook up to the water or the sewer. In any case, it potentially is going to make it worse for them because of the flooding usually has to go to the low areas. Their homes are probably even lower than ours in the Royal Palm Gulf Estates. As far as the workforce housing, there has to be, and there are, much better locations. I know when we had the last Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Yanovich was representing another group that was putting in a new neighborhood, very appropriately mixed use, mixed single family, multifamily dwellings, and it was in an area that was very appropriate. This area in Section 29, preserve, reserve, park, and lakes should remain that way. If they want to put in boat storage houses, fine. If they want to put in single-family workforce housing, fine. That'd be up to them. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Lawrence Hanba. He'll be followed by John Arario. I hope I'm saying that right. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, my name is Lawrence Hanba. I'm a resident of Royal Palm Gulf Estates. I've been a permanent resident of Collier County for the past 10 years. I'm a retired attorney from Michigan. I was involved in defense trial work for counties, cities, school districts. I was also appointed a special attorney general for the state of Michigan handling complicated litigation. Gentlemen, we're here simply for one reason, affordable housing, period. This is why this was not approved by the staff. It's Specifically, I'd refer you to the Planning Commission transcript where Commissioner Shea asked Mr. Bosey, but for affordable housing, would you have recommended this proposal? And you gave a one-word answer. Well, actually, it was more than one word. He said, no, we would not support it, period. He didn't, now they're trying to candy coat it. That's not going to work. That's in the transcript. It's in writing. Now, the reason why they're trying to candy coat it is because that was the throat shot for them on this case, okay? The other thing is, of the interest is Commissioner Shea is not only on the Planning Commission, he's also on the Affordable Housing Commission. He's an avid advocate for affordable housing when appropriate. But you know what? He said this isn't appropriate. He was the only non-lawyer on the Planning Commission. And, you know, he said, I don't, you know, you got all this mumbo jumbo about the land code and all that stuff. All I know is this doesn't make common sense to put a 750-unit apartment complex in an area designated by FEMA as a special flood zone hazard with one way of getting in and out, where people that live on Auto Ranch Road got to their homes after Ian in Watercraft and is over 2 miles away from this development. Secondly, you know, in terms of other reasons under the code, while this isn't a recommended application, Commissioner Fryer, and I gave each of you the transcript, portions of the transcript from the hearing at the Planning Commission. Commissioner Fryer listed at least 11 reasons why under the code this is not an appropriate development for this project. Secondly, you know, my neighbors over here, as well as your constituents, are very interested in this. You know, it's your job under subsection F.12 in the code. The question is whether the proposed change will constitute a grant of special privilege to individual owners as contrasted with the public welfare. As indicated by Gary, the only people that are benefiting from this proposal is the developer. The people that live on Auto Ranch Road don't want it. They don't want all that traffic going by their nice little community. And you're here to represent the community, not just this particular development. And getting to this developer, let's take a look at this developer, okay? He's promised you guys that this particular land was going to be set aside as a preserve.
Larry, your time's up. Thank you, sir.
Your next speaker is John Arario. He will be followed by Terry May. Terry, are you here? Did you want to speak individually? Thomas W. May. Sir, you'll be at this podium when Mr. Arario is done.
Thanks, John.
Chairman Hall and Commissioners, my name is John Arario, and I'd like to start by acknowledging and thanking the chairman for giving me some extra time up here. I requested about 20 minutes, and he agreed to that. And I would just point out that virtually all of the people who ceded their time intend to do so, so that I could represent them, and I appreciate the ability to do that. I live on Royal Hammock Boulevard. Again, John Arario. I live on Royal Hammock Boulevard, and my home directly borders the Lake 25 Canal directly to the north of Section 29. The group that I belong to has been involved in this research for 2.5 years, and much of the material that you've received has in one way or another come out of the research that we've done. I'll say at the outset, Mr. Jovanovich is a terrific advocate, and he's been doing everything I think he can to make the case that much of the history of this very complicated issue doesn't matter. And what I need to do here is to try and refute that. And it's important that I do so because there are a number of Fiddler's Creek commitments to Collier County that weren't kept. U.S. Army Corps and U.S. Wildlife Service permit conditions that were not complied with over time, and portions of the petitioner's past public testimony at the NIM meetings, at the Planning Commission hearings, and even today, I would suggest are not quite accurate. So in a few minutes, I'll discussed some of that, and that's what I handed out to you, a number of exhibits that I'll be referring to later. Since 1998, 26 years of history have produced local ordinances, permits, and numerous contractual agreements regarding the petitioner in Section 29, and that basically begins with Ordinance 9813, the Fiddler's Creek Edition. Now, we grant that the master plan has been revised a number of times since 1998, and most recently with 1827 in May of 2018. But it's nonetheless critical, I think, for us to understand what was happening in 1998, because this is when a conservation easement recovering all of Section 29, and I know that Mr. Yovanovitch has said that this is not the case, but that was supposed to cover all of Section 29 was supposed to have been put in place. So I'd like to please call your attention to Exhibit A, which is Section 8. This actually was up on the viewer earlier. It's Section 8 from the ordinance indicating the parks designation, uses, permitted uses and structures, et cetera. So one of the things that was not talked about when this was put up on the viewer is if we look at Section 8.51, A rather, I know it's hard to read, but it says that the uses set forth in preserve areas as set forth in Section 5 of this PUD will apply to the park areas of Section 29. So what this says, I think, is really important for us to consider. It's saying that when you look at a park designated area in the PUD, you have now a linkage between the allowable uses in a park and a preserve. That's exactly what that writing says, that the uses set forth will apply in the preserve to the parks area. And why is this important? If we look at Exhibit B, again, it's the 5.5 Reserve District Conservation Easement that's been spoken about numerous times. And what we're trying to say is that it has to be considered that if you link the preserve area uses to the park area uses, you also have to link the required conservation requirements of a preserve with the areas in the park. And that was the intent, especially when you read the minutes of 1998, that was the intent, that the entirety of Section 29 would be placed under conservation easement because at the time, it had purposes that were completely unrelated to the conservation efforts that were made by the Fish and Wildlife Service. At that time, it was because providing a buffer, urban sprawl, all those things that you're well aware of. In 2018, it was a totally different reason for looking for conservation on that land. So again, I would ask you to consider the importance of that very important 8.5-A, which talks about linking the uses in a preserve to the park areas of the Fiddler's Creek PUD. So the applicant has talked about, to a great extent, about platting, and that the land wasn't supposed to be, or didn't need to be platted. The land did not have to, go under a conservation easement until it was platted. And I think we have a big problem with that reasoning. Section 5.5 requires the conservation easement to Collier County on all park and preserve land. And when would that apply? Well, in Ordinance 9813, it was established that no residential construction was permitted on Section 29. That's what the law said in 1998. So it would have been clear at that time that the land would never be platted by definition, because if you can't build on it, you'll never plat it. So the easement was never filed in 1998, and the reason cited in a memorandum that Mr. Yovanovitch wrote for the planners, and which was even referred to today, is that, to date the lands have not been platted, and so therefore no conservation easement. But here's the problem: the applicant can't base the reason for not filing the easement in 1998 on conditions that he thought would occur in the future. So it's a requirement that was made in 1998, and it should have been executed in 1998. So we feel very strongly that those conditions should be satisfied now, that an easement should be placed on the land now. And I will also note, just for your consideration, that if he will not file that easement now, and this is just a logical thing to consider, let's agree that as soon as a plat is required, he will go ahead and file the conservation easement, which will in effect block him from doing the very development on that land that they just platted. So it actually is a totally illogical thing to suggest that they want to handle the conservation easement based on platting in that way. What I had planned to do, and I'll really try to make this brief, and I think it's important, is that we've had Tim Hall come up here, we've had opposing counsel come up here, and one of the things that we need to do is discuss what, and Mr. LaCastro has pointed this out, what is the truth of things? And I want to point out just the record that points out some of the inconsistencies in what we're trying to determine is true and not true. At the second NIM meeting in September of 2023, among other things, Mr. Hall stated that the reason that the conservation covenants weren't filed with regard to Oyster Harbor and Estancia and the U.S. Army Corps permit, they weren't filed, and this is a quote, that they were not filed because the development of Section 29 was being contemplated as far back as then, so the coordination with the Fish and Wildlife Service was ongoing through that period. A similar question at the hearings, an answer to a similar question, he said the easements hadn't been filed because we had been in discussions to change this area, and to my mind, it made no sense to put a conservation easement on the property and then take it off. If we can look at Exhibit E. Exhibit E is an email I received from Robert Carey. I'm sorry, it was sent from John Policarpo from the U.S. Army Corps to Robert Carey from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on August 11th of 2022. And that letter states, as of right now, no one has notified us, meaning the Corps, about modifying the permit. So when we look at statements being made about the permit not being filed, but we were coordinating with the Wildlife Service to do so. This, to me, directly refutes that, and I think that it would be worth questioning Mr. Hall to find out why that exists. Over more than 2 years of direct communications with the Corps and the service, as well as a review of thousands of documents we obtained from FOIA and the federal from FOIA from those two agencies, there's absolutely no evidence of any sort on the part of either of those agencies that there was any understanding with the applicant that easements had not been recorded or that discussions were underway to modify the biological opinion. In the absence of any information, like an email or a letter, which I'm going to talk about in a few minutes, to the contrary, I leave it to the commissioners to ascertain from Mr. Hall how and why his statements are so incongruous with this evidence. In the hearings, Mr. Yovanovitch stated on a number of occasions that the petitioner is now in the present compliant with the federal permit. But let the record show that for 4+ years they were out of compliance until they were caught and cited in October of 2022. It's therefore, I believe, likely that the conservation covenants that were finally filed in November of 22 would almost certainly not exist today if concerned citizens hadn't taken actions to alert the federal agencies that the applicant had not filed for 4 years. At the hearings, Mr. Yovanovitch suggested that even after coming into compliance with the permit by filing the covenants, the applicant was in continuing negotiations with the federal agencies to modify the terms of the biological opinion, and these are verbatim. And again, I bring these to the microphone because we're trying to seek truth. These are verbatim quotes taken from the 418 hearing that were spoken. We've been totally above board with every agency. We're not hiding the ball from anybody. We weren't saying, screw you, catch us. And maybe, most importantly, we are still talking through this process. But if we look at Exhibit G, please. Exhibit G is an email from Robert Carey to me, where I had questioned him about these alleged conversations and communications that were going on. And Robert Carey in part, writes, if you look at the highlighted area, I have no indication that the service had an agreement with the permit holder to delay meeting the terms and conditions of the BO. So I would ask, Commissioners, if you think it would be useful to you to hear from the Petitioner's Counsel an explanation for these diametrically opposed inconsistencies between his version of the facts and this evidence. Mr. Yovanovitch is suggesting that there are still ongoing talks to modify the opinion to lift the mitigation requirements, deserve even further scrutiny given a letter from Mr. Carey to Mr. Hall, if you look at Exhibit H. This letter was written on January 31st, and Mr. Olderhoff referred to it. The letter states in part, modifying, and this is about the finality of the condition of the conservation status of Section 29, and this notion that it can still somehow be changed by speaking to the federal agencies. Modifying the project and the biological opinion in the context of the original core permit is not possible. For the above reasons, we are unable to process the modification you have requested. It's impossible to misconstrue the finality of this letter. Additionally, it's notable that this letter also refutes a number of representations we've heard today and in the past from Mr. Hall and other of the council's agents that Section 29 is no longer environmentally important. Well, in this very letter, Mr. Carey refutes this contention on the part of the applicant, and his expert analysis is highlighted in blue. And you'll see that it talks specifically, and we heard a little bit about this before, of the value because of panthers and other species that are protected that are on this land. It's also noteworthy that in 2018, Mr. Hall represented this land as being absolutely environmentally important enough to be traded as mitigation for the loss of panther habitat in the Oyster Harbor neighborhood, and a few years later, suddenly, that has completely changed. Jim Banks came up here before. It was very interesting to hear what he had to say, and just quickly, I'll say that when he spoke at the Planning Commission, he talked about the fact that there had been 6 crashes in 6 years. If we look at Exhibit J, there was an exchange between Mr. Olderhoff and Mr. Banks. Much of that was, brought out by Mr. Banks today, but the report concluded 6 crashes in 6 years. His expert findings of how future traffic conditions at this intersection will change if the project is approved was a comparison of 6 crashes in 6 years on a one-way rural road dead end, as compared to an acknowledged 4,883 daily trips. This is in these trips, and Mr. LaCastro, you asked this question before. The documentation is right in here. The trips and the peak counts, it's all there. Yes, there will be a peak hours where there's a few hundred vehicles per hour. It may actually amount to 1 per minute if you look at it. But over the course of each and every day, 4,883 vehicle trips. So I think that comparing 6 crashes in 6 years on a dead-end road to that amount of traffic is a strategy that speaks for itself. I'll also say that in the diagrams that were put up about the right turn lane onto Auto Ranch Road from 41 and the left turn lane off of 41, there was no mention, and if you know Auto Ranch Road, you'll know what I'm talking about. There's no mention when someone comes north on Auto Ranch Road to make a northbound turn onto 41, that is going to be the most dangerous traffic event that can possibly happen there. You're making a left turn on a road that has a 60-mile-per-hour speed limit, and I heard nothing from Mr. Banks about how that traffic condition would be handled. I propose today that the bar has not been met to amend the GMP in favor of what the applicant is asking for. The public benefit is clearly limited to 225 apartments and Auto Ranch Road. That is the totality of the public benefit. The major benefit goes to the 525 luxury apartment owners who will live in this complex. And that leads us to question, do the goals of balanced land use decisions all go by the wayside when we look at this protected parcel and the small amount of public benefit that we actually have when we look at it carefully? These proceedings in my mind, represent a unique opportunity to set precedent, and Mr. LaCastro mentioned that before. When instances such as these come up, which I would say have a higher bar than many do, where the land in question has been legally designated as conservation land not once but twice, and the affordable housing workforce umbrella becomes a tool and a means to obtain, a large, probably mostly incompatible use. So on behalf of the entire community, I ask that consideration to allow or deny this change be undertaken with the greatest care, which I know you will do. I had a couple other quick notes here. Mr. Bosey said before that the diagram that he put up stated that federal at site development, and we understand that to be the case. But I would ask you this. It's peripherally related to what you're going to decide today. There was a site development plan in 2018 when Oyster Harbor was constructed. If what Mr. Bosey said is going to happen, if this project moves forward, I have to ask, and I have asked, I have not gotten an answer, why didn't it happen in 2018? Because in 2018, at site development, if they had been asked to produce their federal permit, which they had just obtained at the time, and they had put it on the table, it would have said, you cannot start construction unless this easement is filed within 90 days of putting a shovel in the ground. That did not happen. That's a failure on the part, I believe, of both this county and the applicant, and I've never heard an explanation for why, if site development is the time and place when a federal permit is put on the table, why wasn't it done there? Because if it had been, we wouldn't be talking about a conservation easement that had lapsed for 4.5 years and was only satisfied in 2022. In the future, developers who own land that is protected under easement or covenant will come into this room and cite the decision you make today. Will it be a decision that weakens the protection of preserved land and reinforces the use of affordable housing and the funding of capital improvements as a tool to do an end run around growth management plan guidelines? Or will it be a decision that upholds the county's commitment, defined by the objectives and policies of the growth management plan and the land development code? Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, your vote to reject this defective rezoning petition may well become a modern landmark decision and one that will set precedent for years to come. An affirmation that from this body, that changes to the growth management plan must always live in harmony with the Land Development Code and Florida statute, even when affordable housing is the driving force. In one of the closing comments to the Planning Commission hearings on July 18th, Chairman Fryer said, "Right now, what's before us, I think, is affordable housing above all else," and I reject that. I believe there was much wisdom in those words, and I ask that you cast a vote of no to the rezoning portion of the petition before you today. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Thomas May. I'm sorry, hold on, Thomas.
Commissioner LaCastro.
So, John, I have a couple questions for you. First off, I hope the multitude of citizens who aren't here, but who have sent us notes and whatnot, realize how much work you and Christine especially have done on this project, from day one. Every meeting in my office was extremely professional, and sometimes when we're dealing with these really difficult decisions, the citizen side isn't always that informed and professional. If you're looking for a strike to the throat, as was set up here, you gave us a lot of exhibits. Do you have Exhibit H1 in front of you right now? You have a copy of it?
Yes, I do. I can look at it with you.
Okay, so it's the letter from the Interior dated January 31st, 2024?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to rip it out of your packet there, and I want you to hand it to Mr. Ivanovich.
It's the first thing I've ever given, Mr. Ivanovich.
Okay, well, see, you guys are cooperating now, are working together. There's some really significant things in this letter that concern me, and always have. And so I'll leave it to Mr. Ivanovich, and he'll have a chance to speak. But we're here to to hear facts and rebuttals and maybe agree to disagree on certain things. But, you know, there's a letter here from the Department of Interior with some very specific language in it that you read. You paraphrased a couple times a little bit, like read the exact words, you know. You kind of jumped over a couple things, but the tone is in here. I mean, I said before, if you got a special letter talking about special soil, we need 5 copies of it, okay? So, but this letter right here is significant. And so I'm sure the applicant, I've never addressed this with the landowner, the applicant, the legal representation, so we'll get to that. But I'm sure this is something that Mr. Ivanovich has, and if he already has it, he can hand it back to you. But at some point in the closing or in the rebuttal, certainly this right here is, to me, in your packet. We all read the dialogue. We know what happened at the Planning Commission. We know what the difference between 4,000 trips and 200 trips, depending on how you do the algorithm. This right here is the thing I need some answers to, and maybe my colleagues would feel the same.
If I could just say that I provided in here, but I didn't get to mention it, you had asked about Panther trajectory, and there's a map in there.
Yeah, I saw it.
Which is actually part of this letter that talks about that.
Okay, we'll get to it. It's not a question or an answer we need now, but this is the main thing I put. And there again, thank you again for all the time you put into this.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Thomas May. Mr. May will be followed by Christina Park. Yeah, I will get you, sir.
Give him his time.
Hi,
Don't
my name
worry.
is Thomas May. Thank you for taking a few minutes to listen to me. I'm not an expert. I was raised a middle-class person in Wisconsin, and I did work at McDonald's. Okay, some questions I have that maybe could be answered after I'm done. 49.9. I don't know why that number's there, 49.9 acres. My home is 240 feet from the canal on the north side of Section 29. Ian brought the water within 30 feet of my house, halfway up my driveway. Scared the poop out of me. I was there. I was there for all the hurricanes. Section 29, I looked at that a little bit, and I'm going, what the heck is that? Well, it's only valued at $16,099,000. Nice piece of property for 320 acres. So I looked at, there was a transition in 2011 where they sold it to FCC Preserve LLC, signed by 5 Delaware limited liability corporations. So it's not a local ownership, even though the new ownership is Fiddler's Creek Ways. When I look at this, I try and look at it common sense. I don't want the land shoveled or anything because that's my protection against surge, as well as all the rest of these people that live on that canal, and I'm on the other side of the road. What I look at is, why are they doing this? Well, let's go back. They had permission to build 6,000 houses. They built 6,000. What are we going to do now? Let's build some more on Section 29, some more houses. Can't do that. That's in a preserve. Well, if it's in a preserve, let's just change that so it's not a preserve anymore. If you gave it to us as a preserve, the way it was given to us in 2006, 11, 18, whenever it was, that's the way it stays. Thank you.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I'll defer to the chairman, sir. Ask him. Sir, so like you said, you're not an expert, and maybe none of us are perfect experts, but we're trying to digest all this. Bird is, yeah, that's right. But your contention is the photos of your house, if we saw them during Ian, right, the way the water came up, that if they built 750 units, 300 plus feet away from your house, or maybe it's more, give or take, or whatever, with improved drainage, improvements to Auto Ranch Road and all the other things that would be required per code. I mean, you wouldn't be building, and I'm asking this hypothetically, okay, just hear me out, okay, because I want to hear because I think you're representing a lot of people that live on your same street that are all showing us pictures of what happened during Ian. I can tell you pictures of my house are way worse than yours. But the reality of what I'm trying to get at is, if anybody builds anything now, the level of requirement per code and permit is way more much higher expectation than your current house, my current house, and all of Fiddler's Creek. But your contention is if they built something to code now with all of the requirements and drainage and all the improvements to Auto Ranch Road, and Ian hit exactly the way it hit when it did, your house would be flooded more because of this new construction than if we build nothing on that parcel. I mean, that's basically your contention?
No. If you take a 55-gallon drum, fill it with water to the top, and put a bowling ball in it, water's coming out.
Right.
You disturb 1 cubic yard of that soil, that water's got nowhere to absorb.
Okay, so here's my reply to that.
What engineering can do, they're not going to fix the problem of
Okay,
surge.
so if they have to put a 55-gallon drum in the middle of a plot of land, and before they drop the bowling ball, do you realize that the permit requirements and requirements for construction would be so intense that drainage around that 55-gallon drum and a whole bunch of other things would catch that water and not just throw it in your living room?
Proven by Collier County that even our highway ditches retain water for more than 3 months after the rainy season.
I know, and that's not a no. Look up here, sir, because you're talking to me. So when there's water in swales for a month, 2 months, one of the things that I say a lot of times to my citizens is the reason the swale's there is because if it wasn't, that water would be in your living room. And so when swales catch water, even if it sticks around a little bit longer, and as you know, we have king tides and we have all types of other things, it doesn't always drain in an hour. But the fact that those swales are there, or that significant permitting requirements now that we have on the books now would require significant drains around that 55-gallon drum. Like, do you realize that the water from anything built on Section 29, if it was built, wouldn't just run off into your living room, that there would be such intense requirements, even above and beyond what the applicant's looking to do to Auto Ranch Road, that they would have to have the significant drainage and all of those things to catch that water. It wouldn't just roll right into your living room. I mean, I don't want to oversimplify this, but they don't just build something on a hill and then when it rains, they're dry and you're flooded. It doesn't work that way.
There is some issues with the Southwest Water Management on a blockage on a drain that was permitted back in 2006, something like that. And that's being addressed and investigated now because we were told that it had to be maintained. I agree to disagree with the rest of your statements.
Okay.
On building Auto Ranch Road those people are going to be dramatically affected.
Okay, sir.
Your next speaker is Christina Park. She'll be followed by Susan Gagliotti. Susan, are you here? Okay. Go ahead, Christina.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Christina Park, the President and CEO of the Greater Naples Chamber. We represent approximately 1,000 members and over 50,000 employees across Collier County. We work every day to strengthen the local economy and to build our business community. Housing affordability is the foremost concern for our members, with employers through the entire community consistently telling us that the cost of housing is the #1 most significant barrier to recruiting and retaining a qualified workforce. This concern was also reflected in the Collier County Community Foundation's most recent Community Needs Assessment, which found that 65% of respondents said that controlling housing costs should be a priority moving forward, making it the most selected option in this survey. We saw similar results in a recent survey of our membership, with 70% of our members stating that housing is the #1 concern facing continuity of business. I'm encouraged by Fiddler's Creek's desire to incorporate workforce housing into their plans, and I believe it demonstrates an understanding of our community's need as we consistently struggle with the workforce housing challenges. Their proposal would add an additional 225 below-market rate units to our inventory, ensuring that our essential workers, like you heard from Mr. Holliday earlier, can live in the community in which they serve. I encourage you to approve this project today, and I am confident that once approved, this will have a meaningful impact on the workforce housing needs for our community. Thank you for your dedication to Collier County.
Your next speaker is Susan Gagliotti. She will be followed by Robert Hartzell. Mr. Hartzell present? Yes, sir. You'll be at that podium. Ms. Gagliotti, go ahead, please.
Hello, Commissioners.
Can you get the mic right in front of your mouth there? Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to help out a little bit with that hydro period wetland. I believe that is referred to in Tim Hall's environmental assessment on Section 29, if that's a help at all. Okay, I had to pare down this, so I'm going to maybe have to jump all over the place. But Fiddler's Creek added Fiddler's Creek addition to their existing PUD in '98, coming to the county at a February 24th, '98 hearing, wanting to amend their PUD, stating, if allowed to add the 1,385 acres, they would do something important and needed in return for the county. Dr. Nelson, who was one of their experts, and this is taken directly, word for word, says roughly the bottom third of Section 19 and all of Section 29 will be preserved, thereby providing a buffer between urban development and the state-owned wetlands beyond. Commissioner Hancock then says, there's a common statement that urban boundary will someday get moved and that it's a shifting line, which is not what our plans indicate. But as you point out, in this case right now, there's no clear line in the sand in this particular area. With this amendment, if it's approved today, that line becomes far more clear to anyone in the future than it is currently. Dr. Nelson says that's correct. Commissioner Hancock says, I think that's something that we need to consider because not to approve it would probably allow the waters to be muddied more so than clarifying them. And I think for our public, clarifying that line is key to them. So I thank you for that. The above was agreed upon unanimously, and both sides were under oath. An argument we've heard is that this is an old agreement and it's no longer relevant. However, this goes against the very reason the amendment was agreed upon in the first place, that being that growth will happen in the future, and when it does, this agreement will serve as a hard line in the sand, providing clear guidance to future lawmakers, as it surely should today, here and now. Skip to the end. What the petitioner is asking for was given away repeatedly over the years by this applicant. Please vote to uphold the clear directives that are memorialized in the '98 ordinance and minutes. Please honor the importance of this land environmentally, ecologically, to this county and to the state of Florida. And importantly, please deny, as there is so much at stake here to be lost, for a project that lacks true affordable housing benefits to the ones who truly need it. Please vote no to rezoning of Section 29. Thanks.
Your next speaker is Robert Hartzell.
I got a question for you.
Hold on, ma'am.
So why do you think it provides no affordable housing benefit when it's 225 units? Why do you say that?
Well, because of where it is. And now if
Okay.
it's for doctors, or rather nurses and teachers and whatnot, I don't know just how many of those jobs are immediately in that area. And with more and more affordable housing coming in, I mean, just how much is needed for that? So that's my question. And then they brought up, well, there's Walmart and there's this and there's that. Well, you know, you can't have it both ways. If it's
What
gonna
are the
be-
both ways?
Well, if it's going to be for people that make 80 to over 100, 104, and then you're going to say somebody at Walmart is going to be making that, or working at Lowe's is going to be making that, that doesn't really jive. I don't know how many hours they'd have to work to get to that point. So I just think, and I know you don't like this, but I just think it would be better served elsewhere. It's
course.
not on a main, no, it's not on a main arterial road.
Let me ask you this, ma'am. Mr. Holliday, who works at NCH, drives from Lee County, and I guarantee you a large percentage of medical staff at NCH and the hospital that I ran, Physicians Regional, where I was a COO for multiple years, came from a lot further than just a few miles down the road. So I'm trying to separate rumor from fact. And when, you know, the main points being told to us are, well, affordable housing is great, but it's the wrong area. First of all, this is my district. I can tell you it's a long walk to a whole bunch of places for 225 apartment renters if this project was put there. So, that particular argument, hey, H1 here, I can't wait to talk about this one. The flooding and those things. But I will tell you, we've put affordable housing, a unanimous vote here with the support of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, much further away from commercial and employee impacted areas than this. So, I'm just, I'm trying to decipher this one and make sure that people just don't come to the podium and talk about special soil, but can't give me a letter. And where's Christine? Christine, no disrespect, but I'm telling you, what did we talk about in my office? If you're going to bring forward the main arguments, and the same goes for Mr. Ivanovich. You don't think we're about to beat him up so that we can get down to brass tacks here? And same for Mr. Bosey. So make sure you don't leave either, Rich. But I will tell you, this area is in the middle of a place that does. I will tell you, if we cut a ribbon on this place tomorrow, there would be a line out the door. There'd be a long wait list because we've done it on Santa Barbara, we've done it on Davis and some other places. So I'm not saying what you say doesn't have merit, but when you make a statement that says the affordable housing in this area really has no basis, it should go someone else. That's not a strong argument with me.
It was in the context of
Okay.
gains and losses.
Okay.
Risks and benefits.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to give you is I wanted you to clarify.
Yeah,
Okay.
So much. And you talked about accountability earlier. Accountability matters here. This land has been bargained away several times differently, but it keeps getting used. And now here we have affordable housing. Oh yeah, let's do this. This is the time to do it. We'll get in there.
Okay.
Forget about every other agreement that we ever made. That was my point.
Okay, no, and that's what I wanted. I wanted to give you the extra time to clarify your position.
Yeah, it was
I got
really
it.
in benefit.
Thank you, ma'am.
After Mr. Hartzell's Amy Ernst. Mr. Ernst, are you here? Okay, you'll be at this podium. Mr. Hartzell, 3 minutes.
Robert Hartzell with Hartzell Missouri, PA. I represent Alicia Russo, Shannon Russo, David Russo, Kaylee Russo, and Anthony Russo, who are all residents within the Fiddler Creek development. My client is more concerned with the master plan revisions that are happening within the Fiddler Creek development, especially the ones that are being incorporated into this larger development plan. First, I want to go, planning is sort of checking off the boxes. You heard it today. You go through it, you look at the code, you look at the comprehensive plan, and you check off the boxes. Do they comply? First thing you want to do whenever you have a hearing like this, was there proper notice, right? Was there proper notice to the residents? Well, in the package I've delivered to you, there's 2 pictures where it shows that the sign was down for 80% of the time that notice was required before the first hearing, which is in violation of the code. So you can't check that box. Second box, was there written findings by the Planning Commission? And Commissioner LaCastro, you hit it on the head. I want to know what they said. They were required under your code to provide written findings to this board. They didn't. You don't see it. We saw the minutes. We haven't found the written findings, and they're extensive findings. Those findings are in 10.02.13 B5 A through H, and they're extensive findings that they're supposed to give you of why they made that decision. And everybody keeps talking about, I don't know how they made that decision, and everybody's given their different interpretation. They're required to give it to you. They didn't. You need to remand it back for them to give you that decision. The next one, there were substantial revisions in this from the 2018 master plan to the 2024 master plan. I list them, there's 6. They were casually addressed that, oh yeah, we put one roadway in. These are substantial because they changed the traffic circulation within that development. And when you want to talk about property rights and people's ability to use and enjoy their property to the best that they can, when you change a promise like the 2018 master plan, and you sell that property to somebody, and then you change the traffic circulation so everybody has to dump out into a failing road, that's a problem. The last, I want to talk about that external traffic, of dumping the traffic from Estancia out through the development onto Collier Boulevard. Collier Boulevard's a failing road. Now, all that traffic comes out into a failing road that's over 125% at peak. I asked that you deny this application. I asked that you remand it and send it back down to the Planning Commission to give you written findings so that we can at least know what we're all talking about and what they said and what their expert opinion was. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Amy Ernst. She'll be followed by Robert Weissman. Robert, are you present? Ashley, is this Jones? Yes. You will be at the next podium after Ms. Ernst. Amy, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Amy Ernst. I live in Royal Palm. I live in Royal Palm on Royal Hammock Boulevard. I'm also a member of the HOA board. I would just like to say that we do have crocodiles. They have come across from Section 29. I have pictures of them. We have panthers. I have seen bats. I can't tell if they're bonneted bats, but I see them flying around. They don't stop and talk to me, so I don't know. And I do know that landowners do have rights to their lands. However, Fiddler's Creek, this Section 29 wasn't land that they had purchased because they wanted to purchase it. They purchased it, they got it as panther habitat remediation land so that they could build their Estancia Ocean or Oyster Harbor land. So it's really a shell game. Now it's a shell game. Now it's like, we have it, let's do something with it, and that's what they want to do. We're also talking about the affordable housing that they have back there. They're going to put back there. And if we just talk about the 225 apartments that they're going to put in there, there are 225 apartments. We have 342 lots, homes in our development, which if the flooding does get worse, all the hurricanes are getting stronger. Ian, my house was surrounded by the water. I'm not directly on the canal. I'm across the street from it. But you're going to be potentially putting the homes in our development and the golf course in risk of flooding. And I know you understand that there's other things that they can do to remediate it. But these are apartments. They're not taxpayers, and I know all that kind of stuff. And some of the older homes, I believe, are going to be put at risk for the hydro period land. You put concrete on that, you're going to stop the water flow underground when that storm surge comes in. It's not the water going back out. I'm concerned more about the storm surge coming in with the high tides and everything else. And when you have concrete and asphalt and all that, that's not going to absorb any water. And I know you're going to say they're going to put ponds in or whatever. I don't know. You know, the board years ago, and I think it was 98, promised the residents of Collier County that this land in 29 was going to be set aside as a buffer. It was promised to the residents of Collier County. I don't care if it was 100 years ago or 300 years ago. It was a promise that was made, and I know it's something that I think that the board should also keep in mind, that promises should be kept that are important to the residents of the thing. And I request that you vote this down. Thank you.
Mr. Miller, before Ms. Jones speaks, let's take a 10-minute court reporter break. We're due for that. Give Terry a break, and we'll be back here at 10 after 3.
Chair, you have a live mic.
Most succinct one of. All right, Ms. Jones, we're ready for you.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ashley Jones. I'm the Vice President of Community Impact at United Way of Collier and the Keys. I'm here today to express my support for the proposed multifamily residential community with Fiddler's Creek Section 29. This development addresses a critical and pressing need in Collier County, the availability of affordable housing for our hardworking residents. The asset-limited, income-constrained, employed report for Collier County illustrates the severe challenges faced by 42% of households. 32% of those households are Alice households, and 10% are in poverty. These families struggle to afford the essential housing, child care, food, and health care despite being employed in vital community roles. The project's commitment to reserve 225 units for workforce housing, targeting those earning 80 to 100% of the area median income, directly addresses these challenges. Financial hardship is growing, and it's a concern. Collier County's median household income is $80,815, but with the rising cost of living leaves many behind. The household survival budget for a family of four was estimated at $82,164 annually, equating to an hourly wage of $41.08. However, as of 2024, the figure has risen significantly, approaching $110,000 per year, which equates to an hourly wage of $52.28, assuming a standard 40-hour work week over 52 weeks. Single-parent households, particularly those led by women, are disproportionately affected, with 72% of the female households below the ALICE threshold. This proposed project provides a vital solution by offering housing that aligns with these economic realities. Workforce impacts. Housing affordability deeply impacts the county's ability to retain essential workers. For example, as we've heard today, public safety and healthcare workers, first responders, and medical technicians often commute long distances due to prohibitive housing costs. In our education sector, educators essential to the future of our community face similar challenges. Addressing their housing needs supports recruitment and retention. The Fiddler's Creek project not only promises to reduce these barriers, but also aligns with Collier County's broader goals of workforce stability and economic growth. The developer's commitment to preserving 2/3 of the property as nature reserves ensures that the project respects and enhances the county's environmental priorities. This balance between growth and preservation reflects thoughtful planning as sets a standard for future developments. Support of the ALICE population by providing stable, affordable housing also strengthen the local economy by allowing workers to live closer to their jobs, reducing commute times and cost. As a nonprofit professional and a long-term resident of Southwest Florida, I have seen firsthand the struggle of ALICE households face. Thank you for considering this essential step towards addressing the housing crisis in Collier County. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Robert Farabee, and he will be followed by Lynn Copper. Capo?
Good afternoon. My name's Robert Farabee, and I live in Royal Palm Golf Estates also. I also am a retired lawyer, having done it for roughly 40 years. That being said, I would like to talk a little bit about the Planning Commission hearing. Seems like we've kind of glossed over some of that. That was 3 days, multiple witnesses, examination and cross-examination, not only by counsel for both sides, but also by the commissioners themselves. Interestingly enough, at the conclusion of that, all of the commissioners suggested that this was not a good place to put this project. They all acknowledged that affordable housing was important. However, they made it clear in their analysis, and they stated right in their findings, that in fact, that desire for affordable housing did not rise to the level that it should override all of these multiple reasons that they came up with that this project should not go forward. It's important to note that they were very concerned and spent some time on the fact that Fiddler's Creek did not do what they were obligated to do in 1997 and 1998 when they undertook this project. They did not file the conservation easement, and in fact, they have never filed one. Instead, they filed some conservation covenants that they drafted and that benefited them, and that had provisions that allowed for potential modification. This was not what was originally contemplated, and I think the Planning Commission was understandably bothered by that fact. I believe Commissioner LaCastro, you indicated you had concerns about this January 24th letter from the Department of the Interior, specifically Fish and Wildlife. We can go farther back than that. In October of 1922, the commission said, the service finds that revising the biological opinion is not in the best interest of the conservation of Florida panther. Not only was the previously upon mitigation never completed, but additional development on this property would cause habitat for panthers in this area to become more fragmented and create additional adverse impacts. And they go on to indicate that there is no reason they should change their opinion, and they say in 24 they will not change their opinion. For these reasons and the almost 20 reasons cited by the planning commissioners after 3 days of testimony, I ask you, putting affordable housing aside, because we can see this is not the appropriate area for it.
Thank you, sir.
It comes down to profit versus us wanting to protect our
Thank you so
home.
much.
Thank
Lynn,
you.
Your next speaker is Lynn Campu. She'll be followed by Tom, is this Slaughter? I think. Lynn? No, okay, so Lynn must not be here. Tom will be followed by Todd Lyon. Is Mr. Lyon here? Yes, okay, you'll be the speaker. Tom, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Tom Slaughter. I'm a land use planner by trade, spent 20 years in local government. Since leaving government, I've also served on a community redevelopment agency as well as in Lee County Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. In reviewing this petition, I'm going to keep my comments strictly just to the affordable housing and especially the locational factors. One of the interesting things I found is the absence of direct policies in answer to questions of how this is in support. And I have gone through the material and through your own growth management plan, your land development code, and then lastly, we depend on state and federal guidelines as well for affordable housing. And what I'm speaking to is really 4 big criteria: proximity to employment centers and economic hubs, accessibility to our essential services, transit and mobility, which I'll get to in a second, and then of course, avoidance, remoteness in those high hazard areas, which we have learned this to be in. In going through this development, we've identified that 2-mile trip. And for the average person walking, you can probably go do that in about 40 minutes or so at about a 3-mile pace. That's not reasonable for somebody to actually walk to work. So I think we acknowledge you're pretty much stuck to driving. And I say driving because even on the roadway, which the engineer showed, there's no bike path. There's no mobility plan that goes beyond, we're going to improve the road because we have to. So when you look at that, that's a problem not only from a standpoint of mine reviewing this, but in your own growth management policy 1.1.1, which talks about prioritizing workforce housing. We acknowledge we want it. But in this case, it talks about near jobs, reducing commuting time. And one of the things we've heard is this, no, this won't address that at all. So then we look into other areas, essential services. And these get into our financial resources, grocery stores, schools, those things that we use beyond just going to and from work. And again, it suffers from that same problem because when I pulled up a Google map and started counting off how far away Publix was at about 3 miles, where these other things extend further out, I think it identifies that this is very much on a fringe of a development. And again, I point you back just not only to my own review, but to policy 1.3.4, which requires affordable housing near these essential services. And I think it's clear that this really hasn't been met at this point. It's close, you want it. In the remaining 30 seconds, you also have the transit integration. Policy 5.1 speaks to that specifically, and that roadway by itself, the internal roadway for the development is a much better roadway cross-profile section than the one you've got. So I think you really should take a step back and go, if you want to put in more development along that road, improve that road beyond simply those minimum. And with that, I'm out of time, and I thank you very much for your consideration. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Todd Lyon. He will be followed on Zoom by our first Zoom speaker, Gary Clucune.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me come and speak. I'm going to speak from two different lenses today. My first lens is as the Vice President of Human Resources at NCH. We are the second largest employer in Collier County after the Collier County Public Schools. And the issue of employment and recruitment retention is very real among our workforce. We are consistently losing staffing. We are at a turnover rate of 19.1% despite market increase after market increase for all of our positions. Our nurses, our technicians, our lab personnel work 12-hour shifts with often more than a 1-hour commute each way to work. This is not safe for our workforce here in Collier County. They also don't feel the assimilation into our community, thus creating a higher turnover rate. I'd like to mention, too, that the proximity to Marco Island and our southeast immediate care locations and rehab facilities, as well as imaging in our southeast location in Naples, are very proximal to this development. And we would actually would serve us well because these are some of our hardest areas to recruit into. Our urgent care on Marco Island is actually one of the few medical facilities that was open during 24/7 during the hurricanes. And they are our hardest areas to staff. I would like to say, too, there seems to be a misconception that these staff can't have cars. These folks do make, $90,000 a year. They have a car. They don't need to be able to walk to a grocery store. They can't afford the cost of housing here in the community. I just want to make a point of that. Also, residents, people were worried about who could really afford this. I will tell you that based on our pay scales, a nurse with about 10 years of experience would hit this income bracket, or perhaps a new nurse grad who is maybe engaged to or married to a first responder. This would be in their income. The other hat I'd like to wear today is as a member of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee with the county here in Collier County. I've been on AHAC for about 2 years. Growing up and then also in my work, I've always been taught that when there's a problem, you don't just bring the problem back, you bring a solution. One of the things I always think about is if not here, then where? We are not going to solve this problem of affordable housing with 1 or 2 major projects. This project of 225 units is a great project. I would like to say that there was a project recently approved in North Naples, 2 hours from my home, Ascend Naples. It hit a lot of controversy, a lot of opposition. I'm elated that that was approved. I want my neighbors to be our first responders, our teachers, our nurses. That, to me, is what it's all about to be here in Naples. I encourage that everyone here take their energy and passion in wanting to protect their homes, instead to perhaps help us find locations and areas for affordable workforce housing in Collier County. But today I would like to say that because we have people here who are bringing a solution to a problem we have, I vote to support this product. Thank you.
Your next speaker is on Zoom, Gary Clucune, and he will be followed also on Zoom by Glenn Russo. Gary, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. Gary, you see you online. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. I want to thank you guys for all the work you do and the time you spend in those meetings. I'm sorry I can't be there today, but I attended some of the workshops and, in fact, was denied the opportunity to speak on it at the last meeting because that had been shut down. But I realize that the decision may have already been made. However, I believe that the comment about the other side that I keep hearing stated, and I thought the commissioners, all of you, and I know a couple of you pretty well, and know that you represent we the people. And I don't think we're the other side, but nonetheless, I go back over 45 years here, and I remember, some of you might, in fact, even 10 years ago, we had a subtropical climate. The elimination of the river of grass has been way, way before that, but we still had all of that short hydro period wetland acreage along 951 and on the south side of 41, the upper part of Rookery Bay, and I live in Rookery Bay. And even as recent as 5 years ago, I could swim in the water here with impunity, and we had a bit of a subtropical climate. It rained most every day back when I first moved here, 2 o'clock. That's because we had the river of grass, about 1 million acres of wetland. No, it wasn't short hydro period wetland, it was a swamp. But we converted that into sugarcane desert, and our growth management plan has left us with a lot of ground that's going to be covered up. Eliminating what we did have was enough dirt, enough land to absorb the rain and then give it back to us in the form of cloud cover. And we had cloud cover mitigating the excessive heat. Now the sun hitting the 13 UV rate, the Gulf is getting hot, and right here on the Rookery Bay, that 100-degree Gulf temperature gives me a tidal surge. My house is not habitable because it floods in these storms. But the solution, as the gentleman just before me mentioned, I don't want to just sit here and say why I think it's important that we draw a line in the sand and keep the wetland. And it's not real complicated. The short hydro period wetlands, a term I just heard today, makes a lot of sense. But we've eliminated all of it. So now we get the sun extremely intense, 105 degrees, feels like frequently in June, July, and August. If we were to look at an alternative, such as developing some of the already developed land, using air rights above these massive asphalt parking lots, and go high-rise density like you did here on Isla Capri for luxury housing, let our affordable housing be in high-rise and high density above the existing already developed parking lots, of which there are many right at Manatee Road and 951.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Your next and final speaker on this matter is Glenn Russo. Mr. Russo, you're being prompted. I see you've done that. Mr. Russo, you have 3 minutes.
Glenn Russo, 3169 Naples, 3169 Capistrano Lane, Naples. My attorney, Mr. Hartzell, gave you a pamphlet. I direct you to Exhibit P5, which is the 2018 master plan, which shows all of the traffic from South Estancia going out to Tamiami, and Exhibit P6, which is the 2024 master plan, which redirects all that traffic out to Collier. I would direct your attention to Exhibit P18, which is an excerpt from according to the annual update and inventory report, capital improvements, element schedule update on public facilities 2023. This is a Collier County traffic a study that's done on a regular basis. On page 13, item 95.1, 95.2, and 95.1 and 95.2 shows that Tamiami, where this southern Estancia was all going to dump the traffic, was operating at level B, 45.1%, and level C is 65.9%. Now, all of that is being redirected through Marsh Cove to the other side of the development, which is Collier. Now, the roads on Collier are listed as 31.6 in the exhibit P18, 36.2, and 37. They're operating at 99% capacity, which is an E, 122% capacity, which is an F, it's failing, and 90.5% capacity, which is level D. So basically, this master plan takes traffic that was intended to go out towards Tamiami, and we all know Tamiami in this section, down by where this entrance is for Estancia, there's virtually no traffic down there. We know that Collier Boulevard, between the Walmart all the way down to Fiddler's, is heavily trafficked. The entire island of Marco empties. All the workers and everybody leaves there. So you're taking traffic from an underutilized road, and you're redirecting it to a road that one section is operating at 122% of its capacity. It's failing today. And yet you're redirecting traffic from an unutilized road, Tamiami, where this exit is, where this entry point is, and redirecting it to the other way. So there is ways that this developer can get the traffic from the southern part of Estancia. It's a big parcel of land. If you, again, look at the P5, which is the 2018 plan, and compare it to the P6, Exhibit 2024, it's a very large, substantial piece of property. You can get it out.
Thank you, sir.
And give access, but you can give access to.
Thank you, sir. Your time's up.
Underutilized road.
Thank you.
That is all of our public speakers for this item, sir.
Before Mr. Yovanovich has a chance to debate, I want to talk to our colleagues just for a second. The whole thing about the federal permits and the federal environmental stuff and the conversations between the Fish and Wildlife and Mr. Hall, all that doesn't apply with us. That's all environmental stuff. That has nothing to do with our rezone decision that we have to make. And regarding the easement, big if, you know how I feel about if the easement was recorded, we could still change it. It has nothing to do with if it was recorded, it was in perpetuity, it's solid stone, you'd never change it in life. The fact is, we could change it if we wanted to. So those two issues, don't really play with the decision that we have to make. I just want to keep that in mind. Commissioner Saunders.
I just had a couple questions for the county attorney, similar to some of the discussion you just had, Chairman Hall. Mr. Klaskow, you've been pretty quiet during this hearing. There has been some discussion concerning whether we're violating federal laws, whether we're violating state laws, and whether we're violating our own ordinances in the potential approval of this project if it is approved. And I need some analysis on your part as to whether there was any merit to those arguments. The last thing I want to do is violate our own ordinances or our comprehensive plan or any of those other statutes that may apply here. So I need some analysis as to whether or not we are doing some things potentially that would be in violation of those.
If I thought that this item wouldn't come before the board until that was cleared up, I don't find any merit to the allegations that were made. This is
in terms of the procedural issues that
yes.
were raised. What about the issue of the sign being down? There's some pictures in our packets with the sign being down. Anything?
No, that's not material. I mean, this was duly advertised, well, multiple times, so, and clearly the residents of the area were aware of it.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. LaCastro.
I'm going to ask Ms. Scott to make a comment if she'd like, but a couple things I had on here, and I'll piggyback on what Commissioner Saunders said. You know, when I hear, are we violating a, quote, boatload of different policies? We're violating a host of federal policies and federal law. That was going to be a question I had for our county attorney, because obviously nobody wants to do that, but I didn't feel like we were, and you've answered that. Ms. Scott, when you hear that somebody make the claim, they say that Collier Boulevard is already operating past max capacity and it's a failing road. Wow, I don't know that I've heard that before, especially with all the construction we have there and a lot of the improvement. What's your comment to that? You're a traffic expert for sure.
So, according to our annual update and inventory report, the 2023 adopted version, Collier Boulevard from Walmart driveway to US 41 and really Manatee Road is severely congested. The state has another improvement to State Road 951 that they're trying to work into their and I say 951 Collier Boulevard because some people don't talk the same lingo. The state is working to get that final widening of Collier Boulevard that they have planned, which is Tower to Manatee, into their work program. It's currently not programmed, has been in and out of their work program. What I would say is this is a vested development. Their traffic impacts are already figured into part of contributing to that exceedance of the capacity on the roadway. It's a state roadway, and we would work with the state to address any congestion issues that they have. But from a state statute standpoint, it's a vested development, and we cannot turn it down. They're not increasing their density on that for the 6,000 units. They're not changing their traffic, what traffic can come out of that development. They are remaining with 6,000 units for the Fiddler's Creek proper, if you will.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Yovanovich.
There was a lot that was said, a lot of, I was thinking about, I try not to talk about people's names, but I have to in this case. Mr. Osario's 20 minutes of comments about how bad of people we are. It's essentially what he said. It's part two to what happened to the Planning Commission. He said the very same things at the Planning Commission, and he keeps repeating these inaccurate comments. I'm going to just highlight a couple of them because we'd be here all night if I were to put in all of the emails and all of the conversations back and forth with the state, including the letter from the person, from Mr. Carey, that you want to talk about. But let's start with the first thing about how he somehow says, because there was a reference in 8.5A to a provision, which he didn't put up on the podium, put up on the visualizer, which I'm going to, and he gave you his legal analysis that somehow allowing in Section 29 uses that are allowed in a preserve somehow made this a preserve. That's not what it says. It says if we want to put those uses in Section 29, we are welcome to do that. And then we could do all these other uses, B, C, D, E, F, G. Oh, G's not yet. G we're adding, but H, which included what we showed you, active recreational activities, launching and storage facilities. So he's giving you inaccurate legal conclusion that somehow in 1998 this entire Section 29 was going to be a preserve. I showed you the master plan. The master plan says what the master plan says, and Mr. Bosey and everybody else on your staff agrees that Section 29, as far as the PUD goes, was never entirely going to be a conservation preserve area. That's the facts. If we were to place a conservation easement on Section 29 according to the PUD, it would be the portions that are identified on the master plan I showed you, that's a preserve. It would not be in the area we're talking about today, so I wouldn't be asking you to amend a conservation easement for the county's PUD. Factually incorrect, a misrepresentation, and it's consistent, constant misrepresentation by him in a public forum as to what was agreed to and what is in today's PUD. He then had, I almost feel like I should quote some of Mr. Odelhoff's language and how he basically dressed us all down with phrases like breathtakingly illegal, audacious to even ask for it, how low will you go? We being Tim Hall, who I've known for almost 30 years, the most honorable person or honest person I know when it comes to permitting that I know. And he testified and said, I had multiple discussions with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Army Corps of Engineers about Section 29 and modifying the commitment that these 57 acres were going to be part of the conservation area. He starts back in 2020 saying, we want to remove the 57 acres from, let me put this up here. I've highlighted a few areas. He starts in April of 2020. It's an email to Robert Tuis with the Army Corps of Engineers, notifying him that the state won't take our lands. What are we supposed to do? How do we modify the permit? And oh, by the way, I want to remind you, we're trying to take the land out. That's 2020. Follows up several times in 2020. Finally, Mr. Carey with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who wrote the letter, says, oh, he's confirming to everybody they're going to reopen up the biological opinion. We did such a good job of hiding that we were taking this land out. We told everybody. We did not hide anything from anybody. It was correct. Why would you write a conservation easement, as Commissioner Hall pointed out? I could have put a conservation easement on it, then I said, please let me remove it. They didn't insist upon that. Ultimately, we did what the law says we could do, which was accepted by the Corps. We recorded these covenants, and in the covenant said, we reserve the right to come back and ask to remove these 57 acres. No hiding. It was accepted by the Corps and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. But they say in 2022, we're going to reopen and reinitiate consultation. Shortly after Mr. Carey says they're going to do that, the Corps sends them a letter saying, we're reinitiating. We're not hiding the ball. We're having conversations with the Corps and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about how do we take the 57 acres out. When the Corps finally says, you know what, we need to have, let's record the covenants, record an easement, we did it with the language approved by the Corps saying we can remove the 57 acres if we go through the permitting process to remove the 57 acres. We, at no time were we found not in compliance. At no time were we cited for anything. We did everything asked of us, and we followed through asking, what do you want to do? How do you want to handle removing this 57 acres? If you remember, I said to you, oh, by the way, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service said, hey, we're fine. We get an email from Mr. Schindel, who works for Mr. Carey, saying, for $1.6 million, we'll take the 57 acres out. That's summarized on the second asterisk right there. For the 57 acres, that the PHU value was roughly $90,000. We were being held hostage, to use some fiery language that others want to use in this room. We were held hostage, and we said, not going to happen. We're going to go through the process. The letter, that's the, what was the quote? The throat shot letter. If you remember, I started the presentation by saying we got a letter from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service saying, guess what? We can't change it under the current permit. I underline the language that he didn't highlight for you. It says, finally, the Corps' permit was the federal action subject to Section 7 consultation under the Endangered Species Act. However, that permit has now expired. There is no ongoing discretion for the purposes of remaining or reinitiating consultation as articulated in this rule. Therefore, modifying the project and the biological assessment in the context of the original Corps permit is not possible.
Because it's expired.
Because it's expired. I have to start all over again.
Yep.
And we've said to you, we will start all over again if the project is approved. Now, Mr. Carey, I'm sure he was getting beaten up pretty good from people calling him, and he's got his own personal opinions. But, you know, he is subject to the rules and regulations, and when we submit a permit and we submit all the biological information that follows up, he's going to have to review it, and he's going to have to follow the process. And if the process leads to modifying the permit will get modified. This is not final agency action. This is someone telling us you're in the wrong process right now, and I'm going to delay and delay and delay and not take any action because you wouldn't pay me the $1.6 million we originally asked for in 2023. That's where we were, and that's where we are. And we are asking, and we will go ask, hopefully, if we get approved, for a modification to the permit for Estancia to remove this 57 acres and pay whatever mitigation we have to pay related to developing the project in Section 29. There will be additional mitigation for developing the project in Section 29. We will do all of that in accordance with all of the rules and regulations in effect at the time we asked for that. I'm glad Mr. Klatskow gave you his legal analysis about all those statements made by opposing counsel. There is data and analysis. We provided you all the data and analysis. There is a shortfall of affordable housing. We all know that. The data and analysis is there. We provided you the data and analysis about, Tim Hall provided the testimony about what's the environmental attributes of the property that we're seeking to make a change to. If you approve this, this will be internally consistent. Your GMP will be internally consistent. We provided drainage testimony from an actual engineer who does this for a living. You don't have any engineers up on the other side saying this won't work out. You have people, and I get it, but they don't understand. They're not engineers. They don't understand how this all works and what the process will be for us to go through the water management district permit process. And if we can't satisfy those requirements, we will not get approved.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Vaughn,
Absolutely.
before you move on to these
Yeah.
like federal letters? They matter, but I wanted to hear it from you, so I'll sort of summarize what's stated in here, and I read some of the things that aren't highlighted as well, so that's why but I want to hear you bring it out. But the reality is you will have to go back through all these steps, and in order to move forward, you'll have to get a much different letter than this.
Absolutely.
And if you get a letter very similar to this, then it doesn't matter what we did today, the project never moves forward.
Absolutely, and I said that right from the very beginning. This is the first step in the process. And it's like every other project. Let's just say we never had a discussion. There's no history related to Section 29 whatsoever. Okay, no history. And I were to come to you today and I asked to do that, and they were still up here talking about their concerns. Forget any history about this was going to be a preserve or not a preserve. I still would have to go through the very same process I'm going through on every other project. Get a water management district permit, and if there's wetland impacts or endangered species impacts, you deal with the Army Corps of Engineers. This is no different. You're early on in the process to get the entitlements. We have a lot of work to do before we actually start moving any dirt. There is no expert testimony in the record contrary to our experts and your experts' testimony with regard to environmental impacts, drainage impacts, transportation impacts. All of that, the experts agree, we are not negatively impacting our neighbors, and we are making it better from a water management standpoint because of the improvements to Otter Ranch Road and actually removing the farm road that is in Section 29 that is acting like a dam. We're making it better for the people who are concerned about the impact of this project. This is no different than a bunch of other projects that come your way when there's vacant land. The reality is they just don't want to see anything on that land. So they'll just hope we don't build the boat barn. We don't build a racket club. And don't forget, that's not limited to just the people who live in Fiddler's Creek. It's open. We can open it and market it to the general public. There's hoping that just won't happen. It's no different than other projects that you've been involved in that I had likewise received a negative recommendation from the Planning Commission. They're hoping it will always stay vacant. It will not always stay vacant, and we're going to go through this process. We've met with Commissioner LaCastro. When I say we, it was my client and I, and residents of, I keep calling it Boyne South. I don't know why I can't get the new name in my head. I've been here so long. We met to talk about water management issues. I said at that meeting, please come talk to me. Nobody's talked to me. Nobody's talked to my client. They've never talked to us about it. There's opportunities for us to help, but I guess they're not interested in those opportunities for us to help. This is a good project. It's consistent with the revisions we're making are consistent with your policy to encourage affordable housing at the right locations. You've heard from employers about this is the right location. The last planner who spoke, who's from Lee County, I would have asked him the question, is this particular project closer to Physicians Regional on Collier Boulevard or where he lives in Lee County? I'm assuming if he testified truthfully, he'd say this property is closer to Physician Regional on 951 or Collier Boulevard, as well as to Marco Island. So anybody who's commuting from Lee County, Cape Coral, Lehigh Acres, Bonita Springs are traveling way further to come work here. You've heard from, the Chamber and Naples Community Hospital about how important it is to have people living in the community where they're working because they're losing those employees. Commissioner Kowal has told me stories about the sheriff's office and losing recruits and losing deputies because they can't live here. They can't, they can't afford to live here. This is a crisis. It's a housing crisis, and we're trying to do our part. We're not, Mr. Farrell has been here a long time. It's not a bad person. Because he wants to provide this affordable housing doesn't make him a bad person. And it's not illegal, immoral to change your mind from 1998. Yes, those were the original thoughts. Things have changed. Your growth management plan is a living, breathing document. It gets amended when it's appropriate. It's appropriate. Our request is appropriate, and we're asking you to vote in favor of all three petitions: the change to the growth management plan, the change to the the PUD, and the change to the DRI development order. And last thing, so I don't forget, the road connecting within the project, as staff has pointed out, that ship has already sailed. It's already been approved through the different plats approved by the Board of County Commissioners. This is just a housekeeping detail of what we're doing. It's not something that you can say no to because you've already said yes to it. So all we're doing, that's a housekeeping detail with regard to that road connecting. As you know, and Mr. Bosey pointed out, master plans are conceptual. They're not fixed in stone. And I'm sure whatever Mr. Russo handed out probably had a disclaimer on there that says all this was conceptual. But if he's got a gripe or he thinks he's got some kind of a lawsuit, then he could file it, and we'll defend against it. And with that, we're available to answer any questions you may have regarding our request.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Thank you for your time.
I have a couple of things, and first I'm going to talk about the fragmentation of the habitat between the 57 acres and the road that's going over to the connecting road that's going, the old trail that's through the woods.
You mean the farm road?
Yeah, the farm road that you're going to convert to that'll be the access road. While I was reading this actual letter from January of 24, I was thinking about that fragmentation. How do you feel about fencing that road and an extended oversized culvert for ingress and egress for the critters? Just to reduce the fragmentation, because it's this letter here talks specifically about that fragmentation. And its detriment to the habitat quality that's in fact there.
And I think that's one of the things when we do go in for the actual development of this parcel that would have to be addressed. You're talking like a maybe a wildlife overpass or something like that that would help.
I was thinking
Underpass.
of an underpass.
Yeah, sorry, underpass.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely within the scope of what's available, or scope of what's possible, doing that kind of thing. The ground elevations out there related to where the road will need to be. There's I believe 2 existing old culverts under that road that could be augmented a little bit to support an underpass.
Okay. Because that was just a thought that, and I don't know if that comes from us or if that comes from the Army Corps.
That kind of thing would come out of the discussions with the wildlife agencies, and then it would either be a permit condition, it would either be a terms and conditions as a part of a BO, or an actual permit condition within the state or the federal permit.
The agencies, not necessarily, but that was a thought that I had. My next question has to do with the Auto Ranch Road improvements. The 60-foot right-of-way that's existing on the pictures that we've seen, is there enough room there? Are we going to have to do any eminent domain or anything to be able to handle all that?
I'm sorry. Everything you saw fits within the 60-foot right-of-way.
Okay. The folks that are living along Auto Ranch that choose to, and maybe this isn't a question for you, it might be for Dr. George or senior staff or somebody. It's not going to be a mandatory hookup. But if somebody wanted to volunteer to hook up to the water, I think I heard during the testimony that it's a forced main, so there's a lift station and there's other things there with regard to the sewer. But as far as the water goes, if someone wanted to, but couldn't afford the 4, 5, 10,000, whatever it was, the cost associated with tapping into the public water that's there, do we have capacity at the county level to allow for that to be accomplished? And then I know we've done it in other subdivisions where we assess a non-ad valorem assessment for that fee. Is that a possibility here?
So Commissioner, that is certainly our desire, is to get these folks on water and on our sewer system. And that's part of the study that we did anyhow. And so our goal is, if Auto Ranch Road is improved, is to go seek those alternative funding sources to be able to buy down those assessments, which is what we've done in some of our partnerships with the City of Naples, with our Goodlet Frank project, and other projects that we've done as well, is to go seek those grant opportunities, those legislative appropriations to be able to buy down that assessment.
And after we've done all of those, we can still allow for someone that couldn't necessarily write a check for the spread between the grant monies and the actual expense to have that be attached as a non-ad valorem assessment, and they could still be accomplished.
Yes, sir. In the West Goodlet project, there were a number of options that were allowed. People could pay it over time. They could pay it all at once. They could pay it at the end if they knew they were going to be selling their house. So we could model a program after that.
Okay. I'm back to you now, Rich. Let's talk about the spreader canal. Some folks have called it a lake that's along the south side and by the way, it's pointing south to me too. So, let's talk about that a little bit. I yesterday when we were speaking, and one of the residents, I think a fellow back there in the green shirt, spoke about it. There is a culvert at the end of that's crushed. There you go. Yes, approximately where we're right there. There's a culvert. Now, yesterday you told me about there was a error in a survey. Somebody dug a ditch, or there was an old farm ditch that went along the east side of your property, and that's the theoretical outfall potential for that. Are you willing to put you said earlier that you haven't been communicated with by the subdivision. Would you be willing to communicate with them and rectify that and necessarily clean that ditch?
Well, no, here's what had they actually called me and said, what's your client willing to do? And let me give a little history, because I think I have to put it in context. The way this was always originally permitted, it was supposed to, there's a pipe that brings the water out here into the state lands. I don't know if they ever got permission from the state to do that, but over time, what ended up happening, they had issues with that, and near as we can figure out, the state built a road around its property, and in getting enough fill to actually build the road, they dug up part of my client's property, and that canal that's out there today, that's been there for a few years, was never the outfall for that development. Never was the outfall for that development. So, and we said that in a meeting. Guys, you don't have any rights to flow across my client's property. Mr. Parisi was there. We said, come talk to us. I guess that they were going to hire an engineer, and maybe they've hired the engineer, maybe they haven't hired the engineer, they haven't come talk to us. What we would be willing to do is we would be willing to give them a 15-foot wide easement, non-exclusive drainage easement along the boundary here. They could then install a pipe to get their water down here so they can have their outfall, they can have their straw, if you will, to drain their property. And we would give them that easement when we get our water management district permit and we get our Army Corps of Engineers permit. We would be willing to do that, to give them that drainage capacity or ability. By putting the pipe in, we don't lose any land. We could put our landscape buffer over the top of it, and they can have their solution. It's going to cost them a little bit of money, but it's probably cheaper than going and dealing with the state to go get an easement from the state and having to do something there.
What happens if you don't get your Corps permit or your district permit?
Well, I don't know. At that point, then I guess getting the Corps permit and the water management district permit, it depends on how much opposition we have and who that opposition is from. But I guess at this point, they haven't given us any encouragement to just give it to them.
I'd like to see that rectified at some stage, somehow, some way, irrespective of whether or not if the zoning's approved today, I'd like to see the ability for them to be able to move their water off.
I got to get a water management district permit, and until I get a water management district permit,
or do they need to?
It's on my property.
Right.
I wish it were my property. It's on my client's property.
I understand.
Okay. So until I get a water management district permit, I can't put them on my property.
And then last but not least, if the zoning were in fact approved, would you commit to traffic calming with some kind of a trigger on Auto Ranch?
I've been schooled by Trinity enough that if Trinity says we want to put a couple of traffic calming tables, sort of like on Solano Road, there are a couple of, I don't know if they're tables or bumps or whatever they're called. I can't imagine that that's that much of a burden to us to go ahead and install that as part of our road improvements. But I've got to be given some direction from Ms. Scott to do
What kind of a trigger do you need to see in order to effectuate that?
We have parameters in our neighborhood traffic management program that would trigger allowing traffic calming on a roadway. And if those thresholds are met, it's typically certain volume of traffic, certain speed over the posted speed limit. And if those are triggered, then we could allow them to do so. We have language in other PUDs that I'm sure that we can pull to put that commitment in there.
Okay. That's all.
Do you have triggers for email calming software?
No, sir, I haven't figured that out yet.
Okay. Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to just ask two questions, and then I want to, maybe my colleagues are lit up and they'll have other questions, and then I'll go back to the bulk of what I have. But Mr. Ivanovich, first question I'll ask you is the thing that I asked at the beginning, and I know nobody wants to answer it because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus or sound rude or anything. But you know, we've held up the Planning Commission to a pretty high standard that they spent 3 days and these subject matter experts across the board who, you know, I'm being extremely respectful. I nominated one of the people who's on the Planning Commission, but I'll defer to my colleagues here and say that if you added up all the time that the Planning Commission spent talking to the county staff, I bet if you picked just one of us here, our time dealing with the county staff, exceeds the Planning Commission's time in total. So they're part of the process, but we've done an unbelievable amount of heavy lifting talking to the staff. So my question is the same question I asked at the very beginning. And, you know, we're all big boys and girls here. This is a big decision, multi-million-dollar. Don't worry about upsetting a Planning Commission person and they might give us their letter of resignation. If they're upset, then I want their letter of resignation because I need people that are leaders and can sit on the Planning Commission and ask tough questions, give us a recommendation, outline it in detail, and not walk into that meeting and maybe not be as prepared as we are. So it's part of the process. There's a reason why we vote and they recommend. But my question is, why did the Planning Commission, and it wasn't unanimous, you had Mr. Schmidt, who lives in Fiddler's Creek, who had to recuse his vote, but I spoke with him as well as some others to get feedback, and he would have had a much different view. And he worked for the Army Corps of Engineers, so I value what he has to say and what he maybe would have said. As you know, I gather info. But what do you think they missed or misunderstood that caused them, after 3 days, to give us a recommendation of denial when it comes to Section 29?
I'm going to give you Rich Ivanovich's take. Going to make some people upset with you or upset with me for telling you how that hearing went. It started rather assertively with comments from some of the members pointedly asking and interrupting me several times during my presentation, jumping to Mr. Bosey and basically saying, is the only reason you're would you recommend this project if it didn't have affordable housing? Mr. Bosey gave the honest answer, and he told you he should have elaborated. But that was the tenor that was set right from the beginning. We kept having to answer questions about these alleged commitments that all of Section 29 was going to be placed in a preserve. And in my opinion, we were not being listened to. That's my opinion. I thought it was one of the roughest Planning Commission hearings I've been in, and I've done a lot of rough ones. But I think that if you go and listen to that tape and you read that transcript, I can't say that we had an objective Planning Commission. I can't say everybody wasn't, but I think some of the members were not objective in their considerations. Their minds were made up before we even got in there, which is okay. It happens. We're all human. They had received some information and they weren't listening, is my opinion. I don't think we were heard out, because I think if you listen to everything that was presented, the traffic issues, they said they didn't like the traffic, but all the experts said traffic was safe. They didn't like the drainage, but all the experts said drainage was fine. There was a whole lot of a promise is a promise. That's what was agreed to, and you can't change your mind. And I think, honestly, that's why they said no. They thought a promise was a promise. I think facts left the meeting, and there were a lot of people in that room that were speaking against the project, and the Planning Commission punted.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I'll say is how proud I am of my colleagues up here, because you see the difference. I watched that Planning Commission and others as well. And maybe it's a little looser, it's a little more conversational, but that's why it's a recommendation. But when we're here to vote on, a multi-million-dollar project, you see how this meeting goes. So, I commend the chair for running a professional meeting. I commend the citizens for coming to the podium and doing their due diligence. I think the extra month that I didn't punt this for a month. I pushed it for a month because I had hoped that a lot of things would happen, and some did. Citizens meeting more with the commissioners here, and you can tell by the quality of the questions that we're very engaged and very informed of what can be done and what can't be done. Having said that, I guess I'll continue with a couple of my other observations here. Growth management plan, and you sort of stole my thunder a little bit, or my words. It is a fluid document. We've changed it here before, so you can't just say it's set in stone when you don't want it to affect something in your backyard. And then if you want to build housing or something that benefits you, then it's fluid and you make changes to it. We try to be fair. We look at every single document, but some people that came up here and said, you have to stick to this particular document. Well, then you're not at the meetings that we are all in, because we make adjustments to it all the time. And then at other times we say absolutely not. Same with rezoning. Rezoning is a right to ask for rezoning. One of the examples that I stress in my own district is there was something zoned near Lely that was zoned commercial for many, many years. While it sat empty, all the lots around it that were zoned commercial were all built out. And it proved that maybe they were overbuilt because some of the stores have gone out of business and they haven't survived. So the bottom line was it was an easy decision to rezone the last remaining lot from commercial to something residential because we didn't need more commercial. So we look at each thing, on its own. So amendments are possible. Let me ask you this: I'm disappointed between the Planning Commission and today that there wasn't dialogue between you and the citizens and you. I'm not here to finger point who could have called each other up, but in previous decisions we've made when we've had a gap between a Planning Commission decision and an actual vote by elected, the 5 elected commissioners, it's benefited both sides at times when they have come together and have negotiated or talked, and even though they might agree to disagree, they come to our meeting with at least a little bit more in hand than the Planning Commission had. Had you met with the citizens, and Commissioner McDaniel took something right off of my list, the straw, regardless of how we vote on this, but if we vote to move forward, because I know you're not going to make improvements here if this whole thing dies, but let's say that we agree to the rezone, what is the maximum that you are prepared to do on that area? You sort of touched on it, but I'd like you to put a little bit more detail in there. What's the maximum that you're prepared to do to help with the runoff from the homes on Royal Palm Golf Estates?
Well, there's a couple of things that will happen if we get our permits, because we have to get permits to move forward.
So let's assume you get the permits.
I get the permit.
Tell me what you're prepared to do.
Okay, this road right here, which is our access road, is going to get replaced with a road that has culverts underneath it that's going to allow for water to flow and not get backed up. That's one thing we're willing to do. Second thing would be to give them what I said was the 15-foot wide drainage easement for them to install a pipe so they don't have to worry about ongoing maintenance. They can install a pipe to drain their water along the entire boundary right here on our property. 15 feet's enough for them to install it. They will probably never have to maintain it, but if they did, there's enough room for them to maintain it.
So that's a meeting that I chaired between the citizens and you, and actually Christine came up to me at one of the breaks and said, "Are we still meeting?" And I said, "Yeah, that's totally separate from this." And she said at the last break that they have secured an engineer, so it's probably time for a meeting. So So knowing that, like you said, hey, you hadn't heard anything, so maybe we're informally hearing here, and that might be a separate issue, but we're going to have meeting number 2. So I would say to you, Christine, just since we're on the topic of drainage, if you have an engineer secured, what Mr. Ivanovich is proposing, should we pass this, is quite a bit of investment that would couple with what you all would provide that would would allow for significant drainage and runoff that you don't have now. So maybe that's a separate thing. But so what you've said is 15 foot wide, and you would work in conjunction with their engineer to greatly increase how water here drains off into the other areas, correct? Yes. Okay. One of the things I'll say as a comment is if this were everyone's throwing around the word preserve. If it were a preserve, you couldn't build boat storage on it. So I appreciate what you said, but the long list of things said, yeah, if it's a preserve, but then, the previous document that you put up and it showed all the things that you could do in section 29. So, I mean, there's a lot of people that have said you can't build anything on here because it's a nature preserve. And, I think you've already sort of commented on that, but we have the details of what could be on there as a minimum if we did nothing today. Right. And it's pretty significant. If I voted for this, here's what I would like to see. I'd like to hear if you say yes to this. So first, a very aggressive plan for the drainage, as we just discussed. And like I said, I've chaired that meeting, and you've been there, and the citizens have been there. The setback specifically put in the PUD, 518 feet.
I think we should attach that document itself
right
as an exhibit to show those distances instead of trying to call it out.
Right. That the 7 million Auto Ranch Road enhancements would be put into the plan in great detail. And okay.
It's already what I read to you is already in the PUD.
Okay. Let me ask you this, and this might sound like smaller things, but a 10-foot sidewalk, does that footprint there fit anything larger than a 10-foot sidewalk, or that's the?
It's a 5-foot sidewalk.
I'm sorry, a 5-foot sidewalk. Could it fit anything bigger than that? I wrote down here 10 because that's what we're doing in a lot of different places.
I've only got 60 feet.
Okay.
I've got to do the swales.
One of the things that I'll say on the speed, speed bumps aren't necessarily a player here. If you brought in every EMS and an ambulance driver here, they would say, please remove every speed bump in Collier County when we're trying to save a life, stopping at every speed bump as we're trying to get to a house where somebody might be dying. But Trinity, what you and I and Tony have been working on St. Andrews, bumps, flashing lights, things like that. I'm not saying turn Auto Ranch Road into Las Vegas, but there's quite a bit that we've added to St. Andrews, which has been a real significant issue when it comes to speed and safety. And actually, I just got a call from a senior leader that lives in that St. Andrews neighborhood thanking us for the different things that we've done. So yeah, shocker. So there's an awful lot that can be agreed to that aren't necessarily speed bumps. But what's the term you used? The little buzzword for speed attenuation, or you had a little sort of saying about slowing speed down.
Throw out the anchor.
Yeah, well, that wasn't it.
Traffic calming, sir.
Traffic calming, that was it. So those would be all things that you'd be in favor of if this was approved, right?
Well, I can't give you a blank check.
Right.
Traffic calming. So.
Okay. But none of these things that we're talking about that are realistic are $1 million. I mean,
I don't know what they cost because I don't know what you did. I just don't know what you did on St. Andrews. I don't know what that costs.
Okay. Well, take my word for it. It would be something you could afford if this project went forward. I would just tell you that. But
can I get a grant from the county?
No. The height of the landscape on the buffer, it might not sound like a big deal, and I think Mr. Bosey or somebody said it was 8 feet. Several things that we've approved here when we're really trying to create a buffer of something that's a certain height. 10 to 12 feet is the minimum that I've fought for, and it might sound like no big deal, and in a year or two it'll be 10 or 12 feet. But usually when we say 8, then I hear when the trees show up they're really 6 to 8. So would you agree to a much higher, a much taller a buffer of landscape?
At Home Depot, which you guys approved not that long ago, we had 14-foot trees at planting.
Right. Yeah.
So we could commit to our canopy trees will be 14 feet at planting.
Okay. And I'd want to get that in writing.
You're just talking about the buffer. Is that this buffer right here, the north buffer?
Yes.
Oops, right here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I mean, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but lastly, besides, putting in the pipe, if you and the citizens would have met several times over the last month, are there other things that, you would have, entertained as far as, above and beyond the things that we've mentioned here?
At that point, we've looked at everything, but at the end of the day, because we compacted the footprint to just 50 acres, to minimize what we'd have to do to modify the core permit. I can't spread out. If I could spread out, I might be able to go lower in building height, but I can't.
Yeah.
So I don't, this is, what I understood to be the primary concern from residents was flooding. And I understand their concern. They are an older community. We can help address their solving some of their flooding problems.
Yeah, and some of their flooding problems have to do with elevation and dated drainage.
Giving them the ability to put a pipe in will be a significant improvement for them in their drainage issues.
Lastly, one of the comments made by somebody during their 3 minutes when they talked about affordable housing and the ability to walk to Publix and this and that. These 5 commissioners, we've been very focused on affordable housing. And if you think we've cut the ribbon on affordable housing all over this county and a Publix, a CVS, and all the bells and whistles that you need, we're all within 2 blocks. I mean, that's not feasible. The distances I look at on this map make it extremely advantageous, to affordable housing. We've built affordable housing units in areas that we're very proud of that are further in distance from a lot of the bells and whistles and the critical needs and the transportation points.
And I know you know this, but when you say affordable housing, the units that are income restricted are the very same units that market rate people have. So it's got all the bells and whistles. Those units have the same bells and whistles as the market rate units, so it's not a lower quality unit. I don't know if everybody in the audience knows that. I know you know that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you've answered my questions on what could be possible if we, when this comes to a vote, and what what you'd agreed to, above and beyond what's already in the packet.
Mr. McDaniel.
Just a curveball on the drainage. Yes, are you standing in the box?
Doc,
Get in the box. The thought that, because one of the things is that they have a drainage issue now. Why not offer a temporary drainage easement while you're in your permitting process?
Be quite candid with you.
Yes.
The primary obstacle to my getting my permitting through is my neighbor.
Say that again.
The people who are going to come and try to kill my permit are the people where the arrow is. And if they're going to come and try to kill my permit, what's in it for me or my client to give them the solution to their problem? We want to work with them. We have to work together. This is a good project. But if they're going to try to kill the ability to get the core permit, why, let's talk frank, as Mr. Olhoff said, why would we do that?
All right, let's do this then. Let's maybe during your upcoming meetings with the neighborhood and the developer have that on the table as a discussion point, as a temporary, because maybe if you can come to a consensus, we can alleviate the flooding circumstances that are in fact there, and take care of it during your meetings.
Let me ask you this: Would you agree to this? That if you did get all your permits all the way up the chain here, that you still are missing, that you'd make that the first project before you put the shovel in the ground for the 750 units?
We'll give them their easement. They're going to put the pipe in. We'll give them their easement as soon as I get all my permits.
Before you do anything else?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to make a couple of comments, and then I'm going to ask a question. It's been said, would you have done this project had it not been for the affordable housing? And I get it, that's the right answer. But the fact is, it is affordable housing. And there's great public benefit to the project. If you don't believe it, ask people who are driving. Ask people who are paying 35, 40% of their income for rent. And just the fact that the last project, the last ribbon cutting that we attended, they had 82 units or 89 and over 300 applicants before they were even finished. So the demand is there. People are wanting the housing. The location, you know, everybody says this is not the right location. We're not opposed to the affordable housing. We're opposed to the location. The location is not the county's decision. The location, the burden is on the applicant. If people won't come, then people won't come. If it's too far out, then the people won't come. He'll have to adjust his rents to get those people there. So I would say that the location is not the county's burden, but it's the burden of the applicant. He seems to be okay with it. I think the improvements to Auto Ranch Road are spectacular. Well, the people, Commissioner, they're not going to appreciate that. They're not going to want that. They want to keep flooding. No, they don't. They don't want to keep flooding. They would welcome the improvements to Auto Ranch Road. You know, no one likes to think about Collier County and the overcrowding, the congestion, the gridlock, and the decline of the quality of life. No one likes to think about that. It's easy to assume and to make broad statements. You're turning this into Miami if you approve this project. We hear it all the time. I was in the East Coast for 4 days last week. This is nowhere near Miami, nowhere near Fort Lauderdale, nowhere near West Palm Beach. We live in paradise. And we are going to grow. That is a fact. We can't put a gate at the interstate and say you can't come in. We see what's going on with employment within the sheriff's department, at the hospitals, with the restaurants, with the hotels. We see that. We see I see the turnover when we have a waiter that we like at a certain restaurant. What happened to Luigi? Well, he's no longer here. He had to move back to New York. He couldn't, or he's in jail.
Don't use that name. We know what happened to Luigi.
Yeah. But those are just my thoughts moving forward. If we approve this project, it's still subject to getting all the federal stuff and getting all those ducks in a row. As far as the Planning Commission comments, I watched the Planning Commission. Two of them especially. They were rude, they were interruptive, and they were very abrasive. I completely agree with the treatment that you said. Now, whether they listened or not, I can't answer for that, but I could answer for how they would interrupt and not allow you to answer the questions. And I hope they're listening, because I saw that and I didn't appreciate it at all. I do know that Joe Schmidt's comments, he recused himself, but he did say in a summary in an email that I read that there was great confusion at the Planning Commission with what was actually supposed to be decided on and what was not supposed to be decided on. And that was the commingling of the environmental issues. That's why I mentioned it earlier. That's aside from what we have to decide on. So my question is, can we get more than 225 units? 40% is 300.
I know what it is, and I've asked the question, it's been answered, and the development-related costs for this project, including a $7.8 million access road, we're at the number. We're as high. Remember, we started this.
I saw that.
And we started at 20% because that was what County Commission did. Then we went to 22.8% because that was the County Commission. You know, I
I wanted to ask why you were headed in the right direction.
I got to the 30%, and there's no more give to give.
All right, thanks. Commissioner Cowell.
Thank you, Chairman. I echo a lot what Commissioner Hall and my other fellow commissioners said up here. I wish we could just dictate where we could put projects to put workforce housing in areas. But it's the individuals out there that are willing to put their neck out and spend their own money and obtain properties to do these projects. You know, we can't just wave a magic wand and say, well, you can only do it here. But if they don't own the property, they can't do it there. And if they're not willing to do it or put their own skin in the game to do it, then, it's not going to happen. So we have to look at that too. And when it comes along, we have to look at it with open eyes and say, what our decision here today is, you listen to the evidence from both sides. We sit up here and we're a quasi-judicial decision we're going to make today with this vote on changing these land development codes. And it is what it is. We hear the evidence and we weigh it against the two sides. And we have to make an educated guess on who has proved their case or not. And listening to the evidence, and I was a little concerning that I was told that I'm breaking laws and that I'm below certain things, or I'm getting, for whatever the comments were. It is what it is. But, I want to make sure I'm not breaking any laws. And my attorney, basically told me that the county attorney says we're not. We're in good state. These individuals get their permits from the Stormwater Management or the Army Corps or the Department of Interior. We don't base it on that. We base it on the facts presented us today, on what the ask is. And then we weigh who proved the case or didn't prove the case. And I didn't come in here with it or the other way, one way or the other way where I was going to go with this. But sitting here since 10 a.m. this morning and giving everybody the opportunity in the room to state their case, I have to say I'm in support of the project. And that's kind of my position. And I'd just like to put something else on the record. I don't know if Mr. Bosey did mention the west side buffer too. I made a note for the trees. I don't know if
we've already
Costa said anything about that.
Which one?
He recommended Mr. Bosey could probably correct me. He did recommend me a west side buffer also.
We already, Commissioner, Wayne, tell me when I get there. We've already got. Yellow line? Come up here, because I can't. I think we've already addressed it, is what I'm trying to say.
Again, Wayne Arnold. So this yellow line represents where it's our understanding staff had asked for the enhancement.
Okay. All right. I just noted, Commissioner Lacasse.
Yeah, my expectation is that yellow line be 14 feet across the board, so maybe I wasn't clear. So when you're saying
I think
north, south,
somebody
east,
said the
west.
north side or something, and I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that.
The answer is
all of it.
Trees along the yellow line will be planted at 14 feet.
Yes.
Okay.
The actual width of the buffer, I think, is 15 feet, correct? So I didn't want you to
Just
back
tree,
or front.
I'm just talking tree height.
Got it.
Tree height. And so somebody in the county make a notation, they've agreed to 14 feet instead of 8 feet if we approve this.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Locastro.
No, I don't think it's me. I'm not lit up.
You're not? Commissioner Saunders.
Our staff had indicated there were a couple other commitments they were looking for, so I don't know if you've.
I thought there were, I'm sorry.
Have you listed all of them?
Yeah, they wanted the buffer along the yellow, is my
Mr. Bo-
understanding, is
Mr.
what
Bosey?
Mr. Bosey wanted. Everything else we had already committed to. And I think we had committed to that buffer as well.
Just nod your head if all of your recommendations are already included.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nod your head and act spiritual. All right.
I'll light up.
Go ahead.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion, but to be clear, we're not putting shovels in the ground tomorrow. You have a long path from some people that wrote you some letters that said, doesn't sound like we're supportive. So you, like as you said, Mr. Ivanovich, you have to go back to those same people and explain to them what's different, what you've decided to agree to, where they might have been wrong or right, or what could have been done but isn't in the here and now. So I would tell the citizens, don't walk out here and think that tomorrow all of a sudden something's going to be built or even improved. All these improvements actually go away if it doesn't, if you don't get the proper approvals all the way up the chain. And those are. I believe those are going to be a bit of a challenge and maybe even extremely difficult. But I don't think it's our position here to not give you the opportunity to move forward to get those approvals. And as you know, Commissioner Hall even stated, I kind of wanted to hear it from you, Mr. Ivanovich, but he sort of stole your thunder. But I think we're all in agreement. Those aren't for us to decide, but to hamper you from having the opportunity to move forward to see if you could get all those approvals. I don't think that is our role, especially when all the other things that have been lined up here are things that we're in agreement with. So we've laundry listed, and I won't be repetitive because we can always go back to the transcript of all the things that you've agreed to add should all this be approved. And I'll stress that if everything is approved, your first order of business is that drainage for the folks.
As soon as I get a non-appealable core permit,
Absolutely.
we will give them a drainage easement so they can install their pipe.
Right. Yeah. So, and all the other things that we talked about. But unless there's any other comments, I'll make a motion to approve with all the changes that we've made to allow you to move forward and continue to see if you can get the proper approvals that you need. And if not, and citizens should still be part of that process if they take exception to what we've approved today, if we do approve it. But my motion would be to approve with all the changes and improvements that we've added following the discussion today.
I'll second it.
Did somebody second it?
I did, yes.
Oh, okay.
So we have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Commissioners, we're fairly close to a court reporter break. How are you? Yeah? Okay. Do you want it, before we start our no sooner than 1 o'clock time certain?
Come back at 4:50.
Thank you.
All right.
Chair, you have a live mic.
All right, what's next, County Manager?
We are now to our two companion items are no sooner than 1 p.m. time certains. Item 11A is a recommendation to accept an update on the Collier County Behavioral Health Center Project Infrastructure Surtax Fund project number 50239, and its companion item, which is a recommendation to approve a naming rights agreement with the David Lawrence Mental Health Center, Inc., relative to the Collier County Behavioral Health Center to generate donations to be restricted specifically for use within the Behavioral Health Center. So we are going to start this out with the update portion. So Mr. Deloney is going to kick it off, and at some point during this presentation, he's going to have the David Lawrence folks join us. So with that, Mr. Deloney.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brian Deloney, Facilities Director. I'm here to provide you an update on the project associated with Collier County Behavioral Health. As shown here, the planning team for the Behavioral Health Center is pretty extensive. Some of the key personnel or key stakeholders is Collier County, of course, Collier County Sheriff's Office, the David Lawrence Center, DeAngelis Diamond, RG Architects, and Hutton Braden. The Behavioral Health Center is a priority project that was endorsed by voters in 2018. It was identified as a priority by the Collier Coalition for Healthy Minds, predominantly funded through surtax. The facility will serve as a central receiving center for individuals requiring services under the Baker and Marchman Acts. The project will enhance the mental health crisis support while reducing the burden on law enforcement. Today, I will provide an update focusing on the design, permitting, and preparations to bring the guaranteed maximum price amendment to you in January. David Lawrence Center will also be available to discuss operational considerations, which tie to the upcoming discussion on the naming rights opportunity. Here's a rendering of the facility's exterior. The view highlights the north and west elevations, with Golden Gate Parkway situated behind the facility. Here's the project timeline, just showing how long the project's gone on. It outlines some key milestones from 2021 to 2023, covering the approval of the design and construction contracts and accumulating in the delivery of the guaranteed maximum price to Collier County in November. We anticipate receiving final Collier County permits and presenting the GMP, the guaranteed maximum price, to y'all in January 2025, and then having construction start shortly thereafter. This goes over the permit status. We've received the permits for both the water use and the environmental resource permits for South Florida Water Management District. We are still pending the site development plan and building permits with Collier County. We expect to get those by the end of January. The Florida Agency for Healthcare and Administration, AHCA, is expected to be received in Q2 2025. Here shows the construction timelines. Again, as I stated, we expect to start shortly after the guaranteed maximum price amendment is approved. You'll have the foundation and shell of the building going up in Q2 2025, and substantial completion and move-in and final completion all in Q4 2026.
Go.
Come on, Dan. You work for us. Come on.
Somebody
The contract relationship between Collier County and David Lawrence Center. So the lease agreement will take effect upon closing, which is contingent upon the approval of the land entitlements. Basically, the SDP and the building permit. Lease commencement date is tied to the certification of occupancy and extends for 30 years. At the end of this term, the lease can either be terminated, renewed for an additional 5 years, or David Lawrence Center may purchase the facility under predefined terms in the contract. As far as maintenance, repair, and replacement responsibilities in the lease, David Lawrence Center will manage the routine facility maintenance, ensuring the property is kept in good order. Major system replacements, including HVAC and structural components, will be the Collier County's responsibility. David Lawrence Center will cover the project-related costs not funded by the surtax, which is estimated to be approximately $5 million, and shown in the table on the slide, along with the annual operating cost, which is estimated currently at $4 million. These include maintenance, insurance, and licensing, and Scott Burgess with David Lawrence Center can provide more details on that after I finish this deck. Next several slides here is renderings and illustrations of the building. This particular one presents the facility's overall floor plan and patient safety risk assessment. The assessment identifies and evaluates potential hazards to ensure patient safety, showcasing the planning behind this facility. Basically, we're just showing this is not our standard operations that we do here typically at the county. It's very complex. This is the west elevation, which faces the parking lot, and Golden Gate Parkway would be on the right side of this rendering. This shows the south and east elevation as viewed from the northwest, kind of like a drone shot over there, like we're over Golden Gate Boulevard. Here is another view from the south and the east elevations, this time looking north from Golden Gate Parkway. This slide provides a south and west elevation perspective, looking east from Golden Gate Parkway. This again is from the parking lot, looking at the west elevation. This shows the main entrance to the facility. Here we move into the interior of the facility, showing you a rendering of what the lobby would look like. This depicts the interior, showing the nursing stations and common area. And finally, this slide shows the rendering of the interior bedrooms for the patients. Recommendation is to accept the project update on the Collier County Behavioral Health Center.
Motion to approve, or do we have to vote, or it's just? I'm sorry, do you have a question?
Go ahead.
I do. Accepting the presentation is one thing. But there are, and I think I read that there is the construction deficit between the cost of the facility, the reduction in the beds to bring down the cost, and the spread between the 25 million of surtax money and the actual cost, purportedly about 50 million, is being now made up out of excess surtax money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct. I mean, there was surtax money that was collected, additional to the stated amount and interest.
And so that's been approved by the surtax committee. So we've taken care of that. What about the O&M and the FF&E?
So going back to,
I know there was a slide in there that said that David Lawrence was going to pick up the O&M, but there was a time when that burden was going to be the county's.
Yeah, so the day-to-day O&M is going to be on the David Lawrence Center, and you can see the FF&E is laid out in part of that $5 million that I also stated would be covered by David Lawrence Center. The expense to the county would be the capital replacement of items like repaving the parking lot, replacing the roof, replacing the generator.
The delineated expenses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And maybe my question needs to be to David Lawrence then, as to whether or not they're prepared to bear the burden of the O&M, because that's been my largest concern, one of my largest concerns. I've had several, but one of my largest concerns since this came forward. We deviated from the consultant's original recommendations as to where this facility needed to go. It ended up over here on this piece of property next to the existing David Lawrence Center, and cost overruns, expenses have continually risen, and I didn't feel that there was sufficient warrant to justify those additional expenses. So am I hearing here then that those burdens have now been lifted off of the county?
Commissioners, when we move on to the companion item, we'll have an opportunity to talk with the David Lawrence folks about the naming rights, which is one of the ways that they are suggesting we may achieve some of these costs. So
there's another item here. I'm asking the wrong time.
That's right.
Sorry.
Let's move on to it.
We're going to go on to these. So these are companion items. If you want to accept our update, because we'll be back seeing you again in January with the GMP, we'll move on to the second part of this and we can get into these questions.
Motion.
Make a motion to accept the update.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Update accepted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Exceptional.
This I already have read the title, but this moves us to item 11B. And this is relative to the naming rights and will be the appropriate time for us to answer those questions, Commissioner McDaniel, that you have as well as anyone else. And so we'll invite Mr. Burgess to the podium now to kick this off.
Good afternoon. For the record, Scott Burgess, CEO of the David Lawrence Center. Thank you so much for allowing me to have a couple of minutes here to speak to the operations of this facility, as well as the proposal that we are putting before you related to naming right opportunities. I wanted to start out just really quickly with an overview. Most of you are highly aware that we've been a trusted resource here in Collier County since 1968. We are the only comprehensive behavioral health care provider in the community. And importantly, and we're going to come back to this and circle around this multiple times in this presentation, is that we're available to all in need in Collier County. And that does come at a pretty significant cost, and I'll share that with you in this presentation. Obviously, we know, according to what we've already presented through the behavioral health workshops, through what the Collier Coalition for Healthy Minds has prepared and presented to you all, that we are in a growing community. We have to ensure that there's access to care for all that are struggling with these conditions, behavioral health conditions, mental health, substance use disorders, and that there's growing prevalence. In addition to the growing community that we live in, there's growing prevalence around these conditions that we have to attend to. So it's critical that we work together to do that. And as such, DLC has proven, and we want to continue to prove to this community that we're an integral partner in the health, the well-being, and the overall safety to our community. Commissioner Solis, who was very active with us for many, many years, had been a regular participant in our strategic planning process. One of the things that he had asked to try to come to wrap his brain and mind around what happens with behavioral health in Collier County. He came up with a graphic that looked very similar to this. We kind of spruced it up just a little bit, but what you see is DLC is really the hub and the wheel. Whether it's the sheriff's office, whether it's the specialty treatment courts, whether it's emergency transitional housing, veteran services, the schools, hospitals, healthcare providers, DLC really is that trusted, relied upon conduit to assisting everybody with these needs. This is a graphic that demonstrates the great growth. This is just the Baker Acts that are transported to DLC by the Sheriff's Office, by those referrals. I think the graphic really speaks for itself as you see the continual growth in the demand and the need, and those referrals coming to DLC. Without DLC, we don't know where those referrals would actually go. So here's another graphic related to the population growth. In Collier County, you'll see that's the orange line across time, and you'll see the DLC service growth across time. Again, during that period of time, about 12 years, about a 26% population growth. Our services have had to grow almost 138% to meet the demand of this community. Related to what I had said before, that we have a challenge in providing care to all in our community, I really thought it was critically important for you to see when it comes to an operational challenge that we will have in almost tripling the capacity of service available, very high cost services available in Collier County, what the payer mix looks like of the folks that come to DLC. These are by services at DLC, and you'll see that our payer mix, 61% have no insurance. 22% have Medicaid insurance, which actuarial studies would demonstrate pay about 50% of the cost. Medicare, about 4%, which also actuarial studies will say don't cover the actual cost, and commercial insurance, 13%. So when we come forward and continually share with you that we need to be looking at every possible resource to help us with this mission of care that's critically necessary, vital for Collier residents, this is the backdrop of the challenge that we face each and every day at DLC, and not only trying to maintain what we're doing with costs going up year over year, but to grow what we're doing. There was a question if I could bring a slide that would represent our current revenues across DLC against our expenses. So you'll see on the left side, this is our revenue stream for our 55 plus years at DLC. We have had to use a diverse, comprehensive funding stream, a braided funding stream to be able to meet these needs in our community. And as you'll see, state funding, grant funding, and just as a reminder, Florida's 49th out of 50 in state funding for mental health and substance use disorder. So that is 39% of our funding. Insurance, as I mentioned, we have about 13% of individuals come to us with insurance, but it represents about 26% in total of our revenue. Federal funding, 10%, county GR funding, 6%, CCPS, CCSO, about 2%, and our fundraising, to point out, and you also take a look at the expense side of things, about 4% of our revenues are spent on fundraising efforts, and about 12% of our revenues come in through fundraising efforts, demonstrating obviously a really important element to fundraising for DLC to advance our mission of care. There was a question in regards to our current operations for these services, and I'll remind you that currently we operate really the behavioral health emergency room for all of Collier County. Over at our main campus currently, that's 3 beds for all of Collier County, and we have 33 adult inpatient beds. So that's 33 beds in total for these services, and in fiscal year 24, the revenues were about $7.7 million. Our expenses for those services were about $10.1 million, so we have a deficit already for those services. I've listed some of the primary sources of revenue there, and I've listed the fact that a good portion of what we're raising money for right now at DLC is in support of these services that obviously are already losing money. As we look at the forecast for what it will look like when we're into the Collier County Behavioral Health Center, fiscal year 32 would represent the 5th full year of the operations, which would represent we're anticipating about a 90% capacity at that point in time. Again, we're talking about almost tripling those beds. So we have almost a tripling of the revenue, and we have almost a tripling of the expenses. So you'll see that the annual costs are going up And that will mean that our revenues are going to struggle there as well. We'll have a little bit more of a loss. So what I have pretty consistently said is we were thinking that the operational delta, meaning the amount of money that we're going to bring in versus the amount of money that is going to cost us to provide this, will probably come in about $4 million of an increased delta, or an increased loss, if you will, in that fifth full year of operating. So that, and I listed also the revenue streams. One of the things that you will note there is we do believe that because we'll have additional uncompensated care in this new building, with the new supports and the new beds that we have increased online, that we should be eligible for some increased federal low-income pool funds that's specifically for organizations like ours and these operations to assist with uncompensated care for when you're working with so many people that are uninsured. And then we also, I've listed Medicare on this slide because part of the new facility will have a license to be able to provide Medicare supports. So as we have indicated before, we are very open and interested in trying to do everything we possibly can do to make sure that we continue to meet the needs of Collier County residents with the backdrop of having that significant financial challenge to do that. I have listed here that we have agreed that we are going to take on the burden of the $5 million worth of FF&E that was listed before. The operational budget is the projections that we put together. I think it's important to keep in mind that we're talking about a 24/7, 365 operation. We never close. We didn't close during any of the hurricanes. We had 60 individuals that were there during the most recent hurricane, providing that level of support. So obviously these are expensive services to provide to our community. We know that it's going to require a tremendous amount of increased clinical personnel. I've listed some of the positions that will be represented, that already are represented at DLC currently, but obviously when you have almost a tripling of your beds, you're going to have a much greater increase in your need for staff. And we know that we'll also have an increase in our operational expenses that are outside of the clinical side, including our IT technology, quality and compliance, human resources, clinical records, accounting, finance. Of course, almost a tripling of individuals is going to mean more food, more psychiatric medications, which are not cheap. And we are going to be bearing the burden of a lot of increased, significant and material cost increases in scaling this operation as well, meaning the security, insurance that we'll have to carry, and the ongoing maintenance that we've talked about. Which leads to the item that we're here to talk about. That's a bit of the backdrop of what we anticipate and what we believe that we're going to see from an operations finance standpoint. We heard very clearly what you had shared with us before when we came before you, which is that the county does not want to bear the full burden of additional costs, and that it would be wonderful if we could figure out a way to secure support from our local community to help with some of these items, some of the increased costs in the FF&E, some of the increased costs in the operations, some of the increased costs with maintenance. And what we have done is prepared a naming rights opportunity that will hopefully inspire and engage our philanthropic community here to support this initiative. We have built out a whole grid of potential naming opportunities, and I have a slide that will show you some of those. The naming right opportunities in the facility come to about $13 million that we've identified, and we'll all hope and pray and work really hard to try to secure as much money as we possibly can through naming rights. And if we were so fortunate to be able to raise that $13 million from fellow Collier residents that want to link arms with us to see this happen, good things happen for the people that are in need in our community, that would be amazing. We also have a $15 million potential that we would like to put forward for the naming of the building and the campus. Between those two things, that's a significant amount of money that could go a long way in helping us with those items that have been listed. We have proposed, and what we would be putting in place and executing would be that this would be in a segregated fund. It would be designated specifically for the Collier County Behavioral Health Clinic or Center. It would be just for these items. It would be audited. It would be accountable to the clerk that could audit those books at any time. And we believe that could satisfy anybody's obvious interest in accountability around those funds, and we would certainly be very open to that. These are a list of some of the naming right opportunities that we have put forward. Things like the lobby, unit wings, cafeterias, event rooms, meditation room that will be in there, suicide prevention office. We hold court, Baker Act court. We will have Baker Act and Marchman Act court in this facility, so there will be an opportunity for that courtroom to be named. Staff wellness rooms, study, outdoor holistic rooms, and patient wellness rooms. In addition to what we're putting forward here, and we're very much hopeful that you will support that, I'm listing other funding sources that we will be working towards securing related to that continued operational delta between revenues that are coming in and expenses that need to go out in order to operate this facility. We will be looking at state funding, private grants, additional federal grants, and I mentioned before federal funding potential through the LIP program. Other sources of local support, and we believe that there are several other areas that we can still continue to look in for local support. And then heaven forbid, this is the life that I've lived for 33 years, operating these types of services and opportunity and operations for those that struggle in these conditions, as well as in a funding system that struggles to keep up with the demand, is that at the end of the day, if we end up having to curb operations to the level of resources that we have, that's what we have to do. That's how you have to, unfortunately, operate a not-for-profit organization under these types of circumstances. I will say I've been very blessed to work with incredible people, to work with incredible communities and leaders that for my entire career, I've only seen increase in services that have been able to be provided because people have always risen to the occasion to assist. So with that, I believe that's my last slide.
Mr. Collier.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Burgess. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Hey, can you go back to this screen that has the two donuts on it?
Sure.
I'm a cop. Always will be a cop.
Let me see here. I'm going to go here and show. I was going to do that, but then I know it's back a bit.
There they
The
are.
donuts.
There
We
they
got
are.
a donut.
When you had showed this slide before, I was looking at the, was it the uninsured? Where's it?
Oh, the one that was right before this.
Yeah, where's the?
Before this, then.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that was
That's all right.
the pre-donut slide.
Previous at the top.
Previous. There we go.
Okay, so that number, the uninsured, 60%. Now on the donut, it's 61%. On that, I guess on the donut, I'm trying to figure out, because you made the comment that when we get the new facility, you'll be certificated to be able to accept Medicare.
Yep, Medicare, correct.
So is Medicare
Currently,
not captured in this statistic, even though you provide the treatment? Or is there a way to figure out these people had Medicare, but you didn't?
No,
couldn't bill it?
that's a great question, and it's a little bit tricky. The Medicare that we have right now, that 4%, is for services that we can provide, outpatient services that we are credentialed to be able to provide. So right now, we're only able to get reimbursed by Medicare for outpatient-related services. In the new facility, we will have it built to the specifications that are required for Medicare. We'll have the Medicare license, so then we will also be able to bill Medicare for inpatient support.
Okay.
So right now, folks that have an inpatient need that have Medicare insurance are having to go out of county in order to receive that service. So they're going.
Oh, so it's not part of the 61%. It's just not capturing as non-insured.
It's not. The vast majority of the folks that have Medicare are going out of our community right now.
Okay.
There are still some that end up staying with us, and then it becomes likely uncompensated care because a lot of them can't afford.
So they'll just basically add to the inpatient
Correct.
number. not
Correct.
so much has anything to do with captured or uncaptured in the uninsured. Okay.
Exactly. Yep.
Answered my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Locastro.
Thank you, Chairman. Scott, when it comes to the naming rights, and obviously we've talked about this before, before I was a commissioner, when I was doing some consulting over at Avow, they missed some great opportunities with some really large buildings and rooms that were named, and they gave it away in perpetuity for $500, and so they missed out some opportunities. But then we with the new building they had built, we didn't make that same mistake. But that's a private organization, so it was all controlled in-house. Ms. Patterson and I were talking yesterday in my office to just make sure that if we all agree that that's a way to raise revenue, man, it really has to be a lot cleaner, because if you as David Lawrence Center are, shaking a tin cup around town for naming rights of a building you don't own that the taxpayers paid for, it starts to become a little bit sloppy. So we were just sort of brainstorming, and I would just say I don't know the answer, but before we do this, we got to make sure it's tight, and that's where you, county manager, county attorney, Ms. Kinzel, have to really assure us that something's going to be it's going to be in a nice tight bow. And one of the things we were brainstorming, and then it was just, these are the experts that'll make sure it happens. But when Amy and I were talking in the office, it was, would it be smarter for them to find people or anybody that wants to, invest, in naming something, but then that money goes directly to the county first, not to you, and then there's some, so all I would say is I don't have the answer, and all the people I just mentioned are extremely smart. I don't think anybody here is against the naming rights, but we got to measure twice and cut once on this one, because it could come back and bite us that you're out there raising money for David Lawrence Center or to benefit David Lawrence Center, or even to benefit us, but you're sort of selling our rooms, you're selling our building. And so, if we approve it today, I would expect that, unless you've already shaken out those details. Have you?
We've already put together.
So how do we do it? How are we going to do it?
So the plan would be that the dollars donated would be specifically for exactly what's identified. That would be specifically identified for the potential donor. They would know that this is for a Collier County building, CCBHC, Collier County Behavioral Health Center, but that it would go in support of only services.
But who would they give the money to?
They would give the money.
Write the check to who?
They write the check to DLC.
They do.
And in that way, that becomes a charitable tax donation.
Right. Well, and that's what we talked about, is when I initially said, wow, they would have to write the check to the county or it would be really sloppy. And then Amy said, yeah, but then they don't get the tax write-off. I was like, okay. But if they write the check to you, do we still, perceive an issue that, you're basically selling stuff that we own and the money goes directly to DLC?
Well, we don't believe so, because it's specifically identified. Everybody that is going to be contributing is going to well be aware of exactly what they're contributing to. It's going to go into a segregated account specifically for that, which every in and every out is only going to be for that account. And that account is going to be audited on an annual basis.
Supporting the county and it would be specifically supporting the county building. Okay.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to make sure that we had this conversation here. So if we just said approved, we didn't get 300 emails or one email from somebody that said, they had an issue with it.
We did put together a document that it's a naming right agreement that specifically codifies all that information for the person who would be agreeing.
Okay. Well, the main auditor who would drop the hammer if it's done wrong is walking to the podium. So if she comes to the podium, we probably don't need a long speech. We just need to hear Crystal say, and I guess she's talking with Amy. So
I think she's just going to point out that a contribution to the county is tax deductible as well.
Okay. So if it is, and maybe it doesn't need to be solved here. I think nobody here is going to have an issue with the naming rights, and like I said, we'll hear from Crystal here. There's a correct way to do it. There's a sloppy way to do it, and then there's a perfect way to do it, and we want to do it the perfect way. There's a way that would be like kind of okay, and I think we sort of tossed it around here. I don't think that's the cleanest way, just me, but I defer to Crystal because she'll be the one auditing, and I just think that we could get in a little bit of trouble if we don't do this perfectly.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
For the record, Crystal Kenzel, Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller. You have hit the nail on the head of my concerns on the naming rights to date. We have the opportunity to take that, and there aren't certain deductions because we're a county government that people still can take. A lot of people still want to be very comfortable with the 501c3. One of the other concerns that I had, and we can work through these details, but I'm very glad that you put that on the record because that's been an ongoing concern in my discussions with David Lawrence. Auditing once a year for our office, a little bit difficult. The money's going, the money's spent. David Lawrence collects money from a lot of revenue sources and expends it in a lot of ways. So specific identification, which we haven't seen yet, other than a list similar to this, yes, those are all things I think we need to clean up. The other concern that I had is that when you said the money would all go towards the building, well, it'll go towards the names on the building, but the revenue would be used to offset the portion of David Lawrence's obligation. In the current way it's constructed, my understanding is none of that naming rights revenue will come to offset the cost of the building, which has doubled from the $25 million to the $56 million. And that's kind of concerning that, once again, it's the taxpayers with the majority of money and all the revenue would be offsetting their costs for the future. Those are topics I'd like to work out with them.
Yeah. So I guess maybe when you work it out, maybe we're going to vote on the naming rights, but not necessarily on the packaging, on the process of it. But we definitely need that. I wouldn't want to scare off any donors who say, "Oh, I write it to the county. Oh, it's a tax write-off." But maybe it's, and I'm not an expert on this, but if it's to the county, maybe it's not as big of a write-off as it would be if it's to a 501c3. If it's the same, then great. But I do know there's some philanthropic people out there that would like to put DLC on the check, not Collier County. And then, just like Ms. Kenzel said, when the money comes in, and I guess we'll wait to hear your proposal. I, for one, would like to see that it saved the county some money, especially when we're putting the name on a building that we built, even though we're doing this as a team effort. So there's a few things to work out. I think the way it's written here in the agenda, we're just voting on the idea of naming rights. Or maybe we table it and say, come back here with the process and everything. But I think there's still some things to work out, before I feel comfortable just saying, yes, if we need a yes to the idea of naming rights, I don't think anybody's got a problem with that, but we definitely need the process. So maybe that's comes back to us.
I would certainly say that we would come back to present to you all the buttoned-up details on it, and I don't think there's anybody in the room that works for DLC or our board chair that's here that doesn't want it to be perfect. We will have a process that everybody is okay with, and will agree that it's a perfect process. One thing that I can say, and I don't think I'm coming up here and saying that without any history of credibility. I think the clerk could come up here and let you know that for 55 years, we've not had a problem as a great partner with Collier County. We get audited by Collier County. We have multiple grants and programs that we operate with Collier County year over year, decade after decade. So I think we've got a pretty good track record that we
Is that true, Crystal?
Button things up.
FGCU used to say that, and then FGCU used to say that, and then Crystal caught him in a whole bunch of things.
So just 36 years, I guess, has been the time that we've officially partnered on with grants.
And I'll just final thing I'll just say is all five of us are going to be working hard too to steer people who are interested, philanthropic people or whatnot. We're all out and about in the county, so that's why we got to make sure we're all reading from the same sheet of music. So, but great work,
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah. And I hope you know and understand, all of you, that there is no reflection of credibility whatsoever. There is no reflection of the warrant of good DLC has done for our community for a millennia, 36, 51 years, whatever. My concern with your presentation today is you're going to do what you can do with the available amount of money, and or you're going to cut services. And that concerns me.
It concerns me every night.
There hasn't been a soul that's ever came before us that hasn't known or been able to typify the actual need. The need is here within our community. There's no argument about that. My question to my colleagues is, we don't want to get a little bit pregnant with this and have a $50+ million building sitting over there and then not be successful in the naming rights, not be successful in the philanthropic efforts that are necessary to offset these expenses. I have huge concerns with regard to that. Up until today, and necessarily even today, I have concerns with the capacity to be able to raise the money to be able to offset these overages or these deltas, as you referred to them, so that it doesn't come back on the taxpayers, doesn't come back on the community. And I have to say it out loud, at some particular stage, we, the board, need to pull the trigger, make a decision as to whether to go forward with this development, as is in fact proposed, or do something different that is more cost-effective, that is more attainable. I know there were recommendations that were made to this board years and years and years ago with regard to locations of the facility. There were issues that were talked about, siting of this particular facility, and so I concur with my colleagues with regard to the naming rights. It's a wonderful idea. What are we going to do, gentlemen, when the naming rights and the fundraising isn't sufficient? When do we say, time out, we need to have a different plan? That's my question. I've said that.
On day one.
Well, today's past day one. We're moving down a path here now where we were able to, and fortunate enough to, have excess sales tax revenue to be able to offset the expense. We've cut the size of the facility down in order to bring that overhead expense down from a capital standpoint. When do we say? When do we say? Yeah, because I approved Brian's construction plan and update on the facility, which set out timelines, and I saw a construction date starting next year.
Yeah.
Did I see that in his slide?
Commissioners, we'll be back with the GMP, the guaranteed maximum price, in January.
Okay.
So at sometime between now and January would be the decision point, because once you pull the trigger and start construction, obviously we're not pulling it back then.
We're a lot pregnant at that stage.
The other thing is the naming rights. Conceptually, if the board is okay with the naming rights, then David Lawrence can definitely put out better feelers into the community with the naming rights, then bring back the buttoned up agreement with the concurrence of the clerk and the county attorney's office. But up until this point, we had been before you once before, where we reverse course a little bit on kind of that thought process, even of the money coming into the county. So now they've gone and taken this idea. If the board is okay with the idea of the naming rights, they can now talk about it a little bit more openly while we finalize those details. But we're now at the hard decision point. If we're changing course, we're well into this, and we're now to construction contract.
I understand.
Can I
Yeah,
interject
sure.
one
Go ahead,
item?
and you know this is coming with love. This is
can
just
feel
me. Okay, you can feel it. Good.
Feel it. Maybe it's just the holidays. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's Christmas.
I know. I really know where all your hearts are related to this. One thing that I think it's really critically important to amplify and reinforce is that this new facility is also going to take on Marchman Act. We don't have a Marchman Act receiving facility. Marchman Act is the equivalent of the Baker Act, but for folks that are in imminent danger to themselves or others because of their substance use disorder. Those folks are right now still utilizing jail for those supports. So I know, I see Sheriff actually is up here, but I just want to encourage that we think about it as a community from a more macro perspective, because I understand, and trust me, I would prefer never to be in a situation where you're having to try to figure out how to operate something that's so critically important in a community without the appropriate resources to do it. But if we are not operating this facility, that does not mean these issues go away. It just means they get moved somewhere else. And wherever they get moved elsewhere is likely going to cost more money, and it's likely not going to be as effective. Or it's completely unattended to, and we've got much bigger problems than that in our community. So for that reason, I'm just encouraging you, for our whole entire existence at DLC, we have had to figure out a way in a state that's 49th out of 50 in funding, how are we going to continue to grow the needed services? And we've been able to do that. We've been able to do that in partnership and support with our community and with our community partners. So we're committed to doing that.
One of the things, and Kevin, Sheriff, you can come on up. I just, one of the things is to move us out of that 49th out of 50 states is to ratchet up on the reduction of our recidivism, ratchet up on our productivity, ratchet up on our, you hear us talk, you were here for part of today's discussion, but, we're into transparency and accountability. And the easiest way to do that is to have efficacy that isn't questionable. I mean, you don't have a rate of recidivism with a revolving door and people coming back and back and back.
Yep.
So,
yeah, and I would just say to that, it's one of the reasons why we are a national model for our drug court here, our mental health court in the nation, because we do what we do so well here. So there are people coming from all over the country to learn how we do it here in partnership with our law enforcement, our judiciary, and our treatment providers. So it definitely has an impact.
Quit bragging. No, I'm just kidding.
Before the sheriff goes.
I really want to hear from the sheriff, but Chairman.
Before the sheriff goes, if I got this presentation and I was a banker, I'd already slammed the door. I'd have slammed the no deal, because it doesn't stand on its own. But since 1968, you've taken the risk and you've made it work. I'm not convinced that that this is the right model. Like Commissioner McDaniel said, we don't know what the recidivism rate is. We don't know what the success rate of your program is. I can call other people and they can say, we're 65%. The people that come into our program and are drinking and leave our program never drink again, 65% of those people. We don't know that with DLC. The naming rights, I look at it like if I had a house and I had a room and I wanted to rent my room out and somebody wanted to call it the Blue Room and they paid for it, so I'll take their money and let it be the Blue Room. If I ever sell the house, the Blue Room goes away. But so I don't have any problem with the naming rights, but I am questioning the program, the efficiency of it. Sheriff may stand up here and say, well, the county is going to save X amount of dollars by taking our, patients from the jail and putting them in the DLC. But I don't want to take the savings from the sheriff and apply them back to here. I don't want to do that. I just want to take the savings from the sheriff and live happily ever after. So with that, Sheriff, go ahead.
All public safety.
Good afternoon, everyone, or maybe good evening. Kevin Rambos, Collier County Sheriff. I was going to talk a lot more about the need in Collier County for the center, but you've talked about it today. We've been talking about it for more than 8 years. We put together an advisory committee, which then led into the development of a strategic plan, and with a lot of data in there. And I don't want to go back through all of that right now for two reasons. One is you're all familiar with it. Number two is it's 5 years old already, or close to it. So our growth and need has gone up fairly substantially during that time. I mean, if you look back to a couple of different points in time, 2006, we were doing 377 Baker Acts in Collier County. If you went to 2010, we were doing just shy of 800. When you fast forward to 2022 and 2023, we were 1,650 to 1,750. So that's a pretty significant increase. If I think back to when I started, the David Lawrence Center was really had been in operation that long. They were building. NCH really ran the majority of mental health services. Fifth floor NCH, that's where I transported people. We couldn't house them here in Collier County at that time. And in fact, I personally drove patients from NCH to Arcadia to house them, which virtually took me off the road for the entire night. So I give you that background because one of the reasons for us in this concept of building an enhanced center, certainly it's for getting people to the right place for the right expert treatment, because jails are the largest mental health facility in a community. We are. If you look at where we are today, our average daily population is about 750, give or take. Of those, 63% are receiving mental health or behavioral services. So we are there. And you say, well, then why is this important if you're already doing it? Because if you look back 10 years ago or 15 years ago, we had more than 1,150, pushing 1,200 people average daily population in the jail. We were going to have to come back to you and ask to build a new facility. And in fact, if I'm correct, if I remember it correctly, we were starting to put together plans and costs to come back to build an additional jail to house all of the people that we were getting. So let me transit. So physically, we need assistance. From a crime and safety perspective, during that same period of time, the last decade, we've trained over 1,500 law enforcement officers, not only from our county, but the City of Naples, Marco Island, and crisis intervention, where we're trying to intervene before a crime occurs and get those people transported to our facility and resource, and that is the David Lawrence Center, because NCH doesn't exist anymore. There are one or two private entities out there, but they're not supporting what we're doing. So, and you know, we're saying, well, why is that important? Well, again, going back to one of the reasons, a facility, as we're talking about, gives us the opportunity to drive in, drop off, go back on the road within 30 minutes. That's important. If you look at those 1,500 times, if you put 4 to 6 hours on each one of those, that's a lot of time that we're not available. Number two, keeping your deputies and consumers safe and safer. With all the training we've gotten it to reduce the potential for liability, to make the community safer. And you know, there's a lot of studies, and I can provide them to you, and the sites for this information. But if you are involved in substance abuse and or certain mental health crisis involving violence, you know, there is an increase in crime. Think about where we have gotten over the last 10 years with everything that we have been doing. Certainly, our crisis intervention training program is one of many elements because we have the best proactive law enforcement deputies in the nation right here. We have the best support from our community for taking professional law enforcement action, and that includes crisis intervention and what we do with consumers in need, getting them to the right place. So we're right now treating 106, take for example, and all these snapshots are one day because they change. 116 people in our jail today are being detoxed. Now, they could be there for 30 days, they could be there for 6 months, but they're not here for years. So predominantly, get people detoxed. Well, we open the door when they finish their sentence. Do we let them walk out the back door? No. We try and do a warm handoff to the David Lawrence Center. Since now they are detoxed, get them to professional care that can keep them on that road. And not everybody takes it, but when they don't take it, back into the community, look for drugs, and look for a way to pay drugs. Burglarize your car, burglarize your house, burglarize your business. And there are stats for all of that. So I give you and more importantly, the community that's listening, the basis for why that Collier County is the safest community in the nation. It's all of the programs we do. It is essential and critical for the support that you give us, because we would not be able to operate without the dollars and the resources that you provide to us to make it work. And you always have. So as we look forward, you know, I was listening to Scott. I've not heard his presentation. But if I were to stand here and tell you what my budget projection was for 9 years from now, you're probably not going to like it. So I know that's what he has to do. So set that aside for 1 minute. And so I'll go into an area that I really probably wasn't going to go into.
Before you get going, Sheriff, I just want to remind us all, I don't want to lose our focus here. We're not talking about the need for what we're DLC. Right. Our focus is naming rights, whether we want to do that or not, and we're going to come back with. So I want to kind of focus there.
I think the conversation went in this direction because we had two people on the board here that were talking about pulling the carpet out from under something before.
I made some comments about that, but that's not. I just want to remind us all what our focus is. Our focus is on naming rights today, and that's what we need to decide on.
Okay, I'm not here to talk about naming rights, so if you're all good, I am good. Be happy to come back and talk about some other things. But two things. One is, whatever the clerk says, lawfully and legally, that's number one. The second thing is, I am no longer on the board of the David Lawrence Center, have not been for years. Have no authority, have no responsibility, have no anything other than they've bestowed a nice retirement title when I left the board. But what Scott, and they have a tremendous chairman and board of directors, as they have had actually a number of them throughout the years. But I think to support Commissioner Hall, what you were saying and referencing Scott, they have done a great job with regard to fulfilling the need and the responsibility, no matter what the challenge was. And I think they will continue to do that because people in this community will support them. And now I'll go sit down.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
If I may. You mentioned the population of our jail today. Could you tell me that number again?
I believe today was 754.
And how many?
Average daily population right now is 754.
It's just, and Sheriff, you and I have been friends for a long time, and one of the first things you said to me when I became a commissioner was that the largest mental institution in Collier County was our jail, and that resonated with me. How many beds total do we have in the jail here on campus?
Well, let's see. I think there's 200 up in Immokalee.
No, on campus
Yeah,
here.
so it would be like 800.
800 on campus and another 2 over in Immokalee?
Right.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit more because we were
That's
able
close
to
enough.
house 1152.
Okay. Round numbers. That was a number that I didn't have.
Yeah, and I'm not here trying to argue with you. I'm here trying to support you in making your decision.
Yes, sir.
To let you know what I think.
I hope no one's taking what I'm saying as argumentative. I just want to have an open, honest discussion about how we're going to manage this monster. There's no argument that there's a monster.
Completely.
There's no argument that there's a monster. How are we going to manage the monster is my rationale for having this discussion.
Completely agree.
Commissioner Saunders?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to kind of keep it simple in terms of how we're dealing with the naming rights. I like the proposal that the David Lawrence Center has made in that they would handle the naming and collecting of the dollars, but there would be an accounting for the clerk to make sure that those dollars are used in a way that this commission is in agreement with David Lawrence Center. So I think that we may be overcomplicating things because there's an 800-pound gorilla in the room, and that's the $4 million a year in operating expenses, and we're trying to merge the two, and we're trying to, I don't know that we would admit this individually, but I think we're trying to kind of negotiate here as to how we're going to handle operating expenses along with the naming rights. And this is not a very good way to kind of negotiate that. So I think I'd like to break these into two pieces. As the chairman said, let's go ahead and resolve the naming rights issue. And my view is let's go along the way David Lawrence Center has suggested. But we would also, I think the commission needs to say to David Lawrence Center how we want those dollars to be used. For example, there's going to be $4 or $5 million in FF&E. You're going to have, $13 to $15 million in revenue for the naming rights. There are going to be capital costs down the road for this building. Perhaps we use those dollars for capital and for FF&E and have that trust fund set aside for that purpose. That's easy to account for. The clerk would be able to make sure those dollars are being used properly. And then on the operational expenses, we know there's going to be a $4 million plus operational cost to this facility. Some of us thought at the beginning that David Lawrence Center was going to pay for all of that. I think what David Lawrence Center is saying today is they can't pay for all of that. And so there needs to be some agreement between David Lawrence Center and Collier County on how we're going to divide up that $4 million plus operating expenses. And perhaps we need somebody from our staff to sit down and negotiate some sort of a deal with David Lawrence Center, not in front of a board of 5 commissioners, because we're all kind of dancing around this, and I don't think anybody wants to be the bad guy to say, we don't want to pay any of it, and nobody wants to be the good guy saying we're going to pay all of it. And so I think that somebody from staff needs to sit down, and maybe even with the commissioner in tow, to get the numbers from the sheriff on how much savings there are in these operations, get some real numbers from David Lawrence Center in terms of what is anticipated, and try to come back to this board with some sort of a recommendation. But we can stay here all night and dance around this, but I don't think we're going to get to a solution. But I would suggest, and I would make a motion at some point, to strike a deal in terms of the naming that is similar to what David Lawrence Center has proposed, but that we advise David Lawrence Center as to how those funds are going to be used and make sure that the clerk can audit those transactions.
I'll second that.
Okay. Just as a comment, going forward, if we have $4 million of operational expense and you get some money in, once you reach 125, 130% of your operation money, then the money kicks forward to the county in capital reserves or some other portion, or back to the taxpayers to make the deficit up for the 27 million in addition. And once that's, over the years, once that's satisfied, then you get all of it. That's just a thought I had.
Mr. Chairman, I think you get your cake and eat it too, because you had said you'd like for some of those dollars to come back to the taxpayers. I think if we are able to establish that the sheriff is going to save dollars in his operations, those are dollars that are coming back to us. It's the same thing. It's just a different source.
And then it's an ancillary savings at the same time. But if in fact the successes are achieved that we're all wanting to have achieved, we have an ultimate reduction in crime and exposure for our sheriff's department to be dealing with the mental issues of the folks that they're having to deal with every single day. So. I seconded his motion for the naming rights.
All right, for the naming rights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, in terms of, I know this is early on, we're not going to have a building to operate for at least 2 years from now. But perhaps it would be appropriate to begin a process to negotiate with David Lawrence Center on how we're going to handle the operating expenses going forward. Because it's going to take some time to ferret that out.
Sure.
My personal one is to have that done before we put a shovel in the ground to build the building. I mean, I think that discussion needs to happen before we put a shovel in the ground to in fact build the building. That needs to be ironed out.
I'd like to see it as part of our maximum price deal.
Commissioners, Mr. Dunick and I will sit down with David Lawrence and work through this between now and when we bring the GMP back. And we'll continue to work on the rest of the details on the naming rights in accordance with your direction.
Okay. Merry Christmas.
All right, Commissioners, Terry, how you doing? You good? We got 2 more items. Okay. All right, Commissioners, that brings us to item 9D. This item was continued from the November 12th, 2024 BCC meeting. This is a recommendation to approve an amendment to ordinance number 2023-71 to remove roadways that are no longer unpaved, add unpaved private roadways, and establish an opt-out provision. Mr. Trinity Scott, your department head for Transportation Management Services, is here to present.
I'm waiting all day for this. Thought I was going to sneak in this morning.
I'm wondering if it would be appropriate for a commissioner to opt out about this time.
Quit.
2 more agenda items, sir.
See you guys. Where are you going?
Just kidding, just kidding. I don't want to miss this.
I don't want to miss. Brief history or questions, however you would like to approach this agenda item. It hasn't changed since the last time it was presented to you back in, I believe, October for advertisement. As Amy, County Manager, discussed, this is removing a few roads from the unpaved roadway ordinance, adding all unpaved private roadways that are not in a gated community or HOA, and also establishing an opt-out provision. This is the roadways that are encompassed by the unpaved roads MSTU, or what would be based on the amendment. And just there's a little bit of new information. The total mileage is 75.783 miles. The first revenue to be collected if this MSTU is amended would be for the 2025 tax year. The taxable value of the properties benefiting is just over $203 million, and a millage rate of 1 mil would generate approximately $203,000 annually. So our next steps, if approved today, would be to finalize the properties and transmit those to the property appraiser prior to the December 31st, 2024 deadline. Publish our opt-out application on our website. We would have our advisory committee of first responders who would review those opt-out applications. We would prepare a bid for the first 16 miles of roadway that we know have been deemed unpassable by those first responders. Our future year process is the advisory committee will present a list of roads needing maintenance to remain passable to the MSTU project manager. The advisory committee will rank the roadways worst first, and then we would develop a budget to be presented to you annually each year through your budget process. So we're asking for your approval today on the amendment of ordinance 2023-71.
Commissioner Colwell?
Thank you, Chair. Question with the opt-out. I know it's been in and out, the opt-out. Now it's in, and we hold the premise on the first responders to make a determination if the roads are impassable or not through their process, however they come to that conclusion. So if somebody opts out, let's just spitball, you opt out, the road's fine. 5-6 years down the road, they don't do their own maintenance on the road. And then now they're put in that category of the impassable. Do we retroactively go after them because they didn't do anything? They opt out when the road was good, but then they didn't do anything to maintain that road, and now we have to deal with it? Do we retroactively go back and collect that percentage over the years they didn't maintain the road?
I would defer to the county attorney if I could retroactively, but I do not believe so. I believe the way it's written is that they would just be included into the MSTU in perpetuity then.
Because I just don't like the fact that they might have a good road now because whoever was taking care of it before took care of it, and now that person's not there anymore. They opt out, they get the benefit of that person that took care of the road. 5-6 years down the road, they get it fixed again, and they never paid a dime into the program.
The opt-out provision does require that they provide us a maintenance plan, but you're correct. Somebody could move off of the road that had a grader that was doing it for them. But the way it is currently written is if at a point in the future the road becomes impassable to emergency vehicles, those previously opted out homes shall become subjected to the tax levy herein beginning the next fiscal year and continuing the following years. That's how the existing ordinance is written.
I don't know. It's kind of, it's kind of, they could play the system and kind of get a freebie out of it for 5-6 years, so I don't know.
Commissioner McDaniel?
You know, there's a way to scam any system. This circumstance has been prevalent in our community forever, 25 years. Commissioner Coletta formed a homeowners association in 2000 called the Corkscrew Island Neighborhood Association. And if y'all aren't doing anything, we're having a Christmas party at Bill's Cabin in the Woods next Tuesday, for the scene at Corkscrew Island Neighborhood Association. The rationale back in those days was each individual road had to do a referenda, 50% plus one on the road to opt in to create their own individual MSTUs. Well, you can't get two of us that live in the woods to agree on what color the sky is, let alone whether or not we're going to pay any extra money to take care of a road. This is a way, now I'm going to admit it's not the only way, to address a systemic failure that our community has had ever since I've lived here. There are people who, and again, and I've lobbied for this and lobbied for this. I'm not saying that this is all perfect. I'm not saying that there isn't a way to beat the system. I'm not saying that I don't believe. I think what Trinity shared with you, Commissioner Kowal, is correct. I don't think we can retroactively go back on somebody. But I know
I don't think
that
she said that. She said we didn't have that in there. I was just asking if we could.
I don't think we can. And so someone could technically opt out today, but in order to opt out, they have to provide us with the maintenance plan and adhere to that maintenance plan. So it's not necessarily going to be 5-6 years down the road. It could be necessarily, but Mitch Penner lives out in North Belmead. He's Mitchell and Stark. He takes care of his own roads. So he can opt out, he can supply a maintenance plan and support it. I technically, on my road with Red Hawk Lane, and now that USA Grading's moved in on the corner, we could, if we chose to, opt out if we wanted to supply a maintenance plan and take care of that. there's no perfect position or perfect system that can accomplish what needs to be done. We have to declare a state of emergency when we enact these repairs. That's something that the county attorney and I have worked on extensively. We just came through one of the worst, and right now nobody's chirping about the roads because it's been dry for a month and a half. But we went through the data, the analysis, sent staff out, sent the emergency services folks out. We now know that there's 15, 16 miles of unpassable roads. We have an obligation to take care of that. And the first shot over the bow was to just enact the MSTU on those roads. Well, as soon as we started moving on that, it rained. And then there was another 9 miles down in 6L Farms area that went underwater and weren't traversable any longer. So my suggestion is, let's do this. This is the beginning of a process, and make the necessary adjustments. We're not going to just enact this and then walk away from it. It's going to be an ongoing process that we manage and monitor. We're going to track the front end expense. We're going to track the ongoing maintenance that transpires after, so that these roads don't become impassable again, and then manage the tax over a period of time to be able to hopefully develop enough in reserves so that if a large storm event comes along, we've got the reserves in order to take care of those roads and have enough money in there to do the ongoing maintenance that's necessary to do this. I don't want to regurgitate all of the reasons why this is necessary. Our number one job as a local government is health, safety, and welfare. Take care of our people. And this is a path that has never been tried before. I'll be the first to admit that. We as a community don't like to be the guinea pig, but this is a path I think that we as a community can travel to take care of a systemic failure that we have going on in this community. Some of these private roads that have gone into disrepair since I've became a county commissioner have cost 8 and 10 times the amount of money that it normally would have cost had it been done properly and then cared for after the fact.
Mr. Saunders.
And I have no issues in going forward with this, but I do have a question, maybe an alternative just for discussion purposes. But assuming that we adopt this with the opt-out, are you going to need any additional staff to manage this? You've got people that are coming in with maintenance programs because they're opting out. Do you have the ability to handle this, whatever that additional workload would be?
We will monitor that. Right now, I have 2 MSTU project managers who have a lot of MSTUs on their plate. What we would most likely do, because those staff times are charged back to the MSTUs, if we needed to bring in additional assistance, we would start with, through our temporary service, our key staff, and bring in a temporary employee if we needed one, until we can get through the ebbs and flows of this. I think in the beginning with the opt-out, we're probably going to have a little bit more, and there'll be some more administrative work, so bringing in some assistance. But then if this goes as the commissioner has kind of laid out, we're hoping that it's, more of a streamlined process. We're meeting with that advisory committee. They're giving us their priorities for the year. We're setting that, we're setting those priorities, no different than kind of how I do a paving plan. Of, we're assessing the roads, we're building the plan, okay, the next fiscal year, bam, we're getting out there, we're getting those things done. As soon as those are done, we're starting to assess everything again, so.
Okay, so it would be interesting just to know if you're going to incur expenses, because I think this will generate $203,000 a year. Is that the?
Correct.
Yeah, so, if there's an offset from that because of increased staff time, we're not dealing with a big number to begin with, so that would be something that I think we would need to know. But I think I'd ask the county attorney a question. We can't spend our ad valorem tax dollars on a private road, and that's why we're going through this exercise.
Yes, sir.
So, but we can determine that there's an emergency situation, and we can spend tax dollars to correct an emergency situation, and then we can go back and assess the property owners along that roadway for those costs.
Which we've been doing.
Which is what we've been doing, okay. Has that not been effective? I mean,
Absolutely ineffective.
well, is that because we're not declaring enough emergencies in enough locations, and there's no one to monitor it? Why would that not be effective? It seems to me that that would be the easiest way to deal with it.
It's what I've experienced since I became a commissioner, and even before I became a commissioner, Commissioner Saunders, was the after the fact expense associated with the reparations of a road were extraordinary, and then the burden was put upon those folks just specifically on that road. This rationale here is it's a big wagon, have everybody tote a little bit on the wagon, and then not just a few are carrying and pulling on the wagon.
Okay.
I look and again, just to cite an example, I had a friend pass away of a heart attack out in the sanctuary because we couldn't get an ambulance to him. That's one too many.
Mr. Cowell.
Thank you, Chairman. My wife's going to kill me. It's my anniversary today.
Hey, happy anniversary.
What?
Isn't it great to spend it with us?
Yeah, I know. All right, I just got to ask a couple questions. Commissioner Saunders quoted a $203,000 supposedly collection. What do we base that on?
That's based on the property values of the properties that would, without anyone opting out at this point.
That's with nobody opting out.
Right, because I don't know who's going to opt out at this point.
That's right, and now we're getting to what I'm getting to here. I know we started, it was 110 miles of roads or something. Now I think you quoted something like 97, 96 miles.
75.
Or 75, so it's really strong, 75. And so far, our professional opinion with our first responders and our road and bridge people, we've deemed 16 miles impassable.
Yes.
So is there a possibility that subtract 16 from 75, whatever that number is, that will be the number that will opt out? And what are we collecting then?
Certainly, that's a possibility, and we did not look at that number.
What are we collecting then?
We did not look at with the, I might have it with me.
Somebody's good at math.
It's not, because it's based on the value of the properties along the.
I know, but I guess what I'm trying to say is we could get to the point where at the end of this meeting, and we agree on this, that we could possibly only be collecting from 16 miles of people in this county with our one millage.
It's a possibility that everyone would opt out.
Well, that won't be
I don't think it's
everyone. It won't be
likely.
everyone because the 16 miles won't be allowed.
But I don't think it's likely that every individual property owner is going to opt out, but there is a possibility that they all could. But is
I'm
it
just trying to put some eyes on this, because if our system we had before didn't work, and this might be the answer to fix that, I don't know if this is the real answer. And I'm going to keep saying this, that there's a chance that we could only be collecting from 16 miles of roads moving forward. And I don't know where you're getting this big purse. We're going to have this collection of money, so when we have to do more mileage down the road, bring these people on board when they don't do their maintenance plans or where they don't keep up with it. I like going in there. You got 16 miles of bad road. Guess what? We're fixing your road, and you're getting taxed for it because you failed, because you made a decision to live on a private road. You wanted to live there. That's your responsibility. It's not the taxpayer's responsibility. Now we got to fix it because you made it unsafe for your neighbors, and now you'll pay for it. And it's not that we neglected or that program don't work. We just weren't paying attention. We weren't out on a regular basis driving these roads and determining if they were passable or not. And now it just caught up to us. And I hate to say it, but I think the best system we have is the one we already have. We just have to imply it. We haven't implied it. We haven't had a task force go out once a year, every 6 months, drive these 75 miles, which I was a patrolman, I drove way more than 75 miles a night in a patrol car. And I'm pretty sure we can do it on a regular repeating basis to determine which are the bad roads and which are not the bad roads. I don't know. I don't want to create a whole nother bureaucracy that's never been created in the state of Florida, from what I understand. This is going to be the first time this was ever done in all 67 counties. I just don't, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to bring some common sense, shed some light on it. And God, I don't want to belittle anything that ever happened to any person, that anyone we ever loved in our lives, but because of a bad road. But that's on us, and that's on the people that chose to live there, that we weren't keeping an eye on our roads, and we didn't have a plan in place to make sure they were passable. That's the problem. And I don't know if we get there, we get there. But I know I've been talking about this for 2 years on this board. I'm sorry. You're my friend, and I just...
No. And can I speak? Is it my turn?
It's your turn.
Go ahead.
You don't have to be sorry. I'm going to be the first to admit that there is that there is no perfect way. What we do know now is that we have 75 miles of road, that we have 16, 17 miles that are absolutely impassable, that we are obligated to fix. That's a fact, period. This way is the proposition that I've brought forward, that I've been trying to implement for 8 years. Commissioner Coletta tried it for 20 years before that. Nance was online with it as well. This circumstance, Commissioner Kowal, has been going on forever. So my rationale is,
and that's on us.
well, I don't disagree. I mean, I could tell you stories, and again, there are not a lot of these private unpaved roads in District 4. The majority of them are in District 1 and District 5. And so I'm the one, my constituency is the one that's been dealing with this circumstance. Our not taking care of that responsibility has caused enormous expense increase. This is a path to get to that point where that expense is manageable and the wagon is toted by many people. Is it a creation of, and I'll tell you, I will share this to you, two things. I'm going to be on top of this like it's those Buckeyes that Terry made tonight, or today, that candy that's in the back there. That was amazing stuff. I'm going to be on top of this every single day. I'll bring you a report as often as you want from a timeline as to for transparency and, in fact, accountability. I'll give this board a list of those who have opted out, what the equivalent, because it's impossible. You can't just do simple math and 16 miles have to opt in and the others opt out. We can't. That's not simple math, because you got different valuations of the assets that are along those private roads. It's not that simple of a math equation. My ask is, let's do this, give it a whirl. If it isn't, let's tweak it. We'll make adjustments along the way in order to effectuate something different. What has been going on, again, we were all set to go forth and persevere on the original 13 miles, and it rained, and 9 more miles wanted to come into the MSTU. So this is a systemic issue that Collier County has had since time immemorial, and this is a way to cure that.
Commissioner Castro.
Does anybody else have an issue with the opt-out option? Am I hearing that more than just me has the opt-out issue? I mean, and the reason I don't like the opt-out issue is, so I opt out. Commissioner Cole, I don't know if he supported the opt-out or not, but the part he talked about is, hey, I could game the system. So I opt out, and my road in front of my house is okay, but I get to enjoy a beautiful road, all the way out to the main area because everybody else is paying. Then my road starts to deteriorate a little bit, and then I get lazy or what. I mean, I just think that you're either all in or you're all out. If your road's beautiful and great and wonderful, you're still getting taxed because you're enjoying a whole stretch of road, and we're trying to keep it cohesive. I just think with this opt-out option, we're not going to have cohesive stretches of road, especially roads that right now are not passable. people, even if they have little patches that are being maintained. I mean, I just think this is the cost of living in these type of neighborhoods. But I know that we went back and forth on the opt-out provision, but, you know, in Commissioner Cowell's conversation, I mean, I agreed almost word for word when you were saying, hey, there's a lot of loopholes here with the opt-out, if I was hearing you correctly. And, you know, I mean, that's the only part I don't love about this. I think it creates a lot of options for people to say, oh, my road's fine, you know, don't worry, I'll take care of it. And then we're chasing down maybe the handful or more than a handful of people that opted out and then didn't maintain their road, or their road's not as good as their neighbor who opted in and their road's perfect. But, you know, I think what we need are cohesive roads. And when you choose to live in this type of neighborhood and you've let it, you know, go, this is establishing the MSTU as a way to put it all back into a more cohesive road system.
Just one little clarification on the opt-out. It's not per house, it's the whole road. If you opt out, you're opting out your road. You're not just your 200-foot and 30-foot wide
Even
portion
worse.
of the easement. You're opting out the whole road. And so it's I don't look for the opt-out provision to be as large of an obstacle as what is being made out to be. I trooped in a lot of people way back in the day before Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Cowell came onto this board, who spoke in favor of this adventure way back when, who live on these private dirt roads, who were in favor of this unified path to get us to where we're going. To share an example for you, I shared one example of my friend Mitch Penner. Collier Enterprises owns, I don't know, 5-6 miles of dirt road between Oil Well Road and Mockley Road on oil grade. They own both sides of the road. It's their own private dirt road. They need to be able to opt out of that. It's not a traversable. There's a gate on both ends of that road. So there are people who should be able to opt out. Are we going to have somebody game the system? Probably. What system isn't gamed?
Could we, all right, you got some roads that need to be opted out.
A couple.
Okay, there are a couple. Why don't you just identify those and keep them out of do the MSTU the way we've got it, and just eliminate those roadways? I mean, you're identifying roadways to be included in the MSTU. Let's opt them out for ourselves, so we don't open up an opt-out for everybody. If you're only talking about a few roads that need to come out of this, let's just take them out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Trinity's head just exploded.
Yeah, I'm not.
Hey, what did the planning commission say about this? Oh, I'm just kidding.
They had 3 days. of
Just wanted to throw
testimony
some
about it,
levity in there for Dan, because he's going to get divorced at the end of tonight because he's missing his anniversary.
I'm good.
I'm just, and again, I think if you want my personal opinion, we're making a mountain out of a molehill on this opt-out provision. I think the way that this is written is as fair as it can possibly get. If the consequences of the opt-out provision end up being not conducive for the greater good to be served, then we'll enact something else.
All right, my thoughts are, number one, I think it's our obligation to maintain public roads. I don't think it's our obligation at all to maintain a private road. That's arguable. Set that aside. We have an emergency repair process in place. And now we have targeted roads so that we don't fail as a county to have those things. We have targeted roads now that we can force the issue. So that's one way that we can go that we have in place now. If we go with this MSTU, I don't think that there's any incentive at all for people at 1 mil for them to maintain their road or want to opt out or not be a burden on the taxpayer or not be a burden on themselves, which is a burden on the taxpayer because we're going to front the money for the repair and the maintenance going forward and hope that we collect enough money to pay for it. And there's just way too many holes in this system for me to be comfortable. If we could raise the millage rate, double it, and only do a portion of the most critical ones until we get enough money in the kitty to maintain them all, I'd be comfortable with that. But I'm not comfortable with establishing it and hoping that the opt-outs aren't so great that we have such a great need to fix immediately and just skosh amount of money to do it with. Just my thoughts.
This is rather unusual. No one's saying anything.
Yeah, well, I'm ciphering that.
start.
I mean, I'm over here looking at it, and this circumstance is not going to get fixed year one. It's not going to get fixed year two. It may take 5 years for this tax at 1 mil to accomplish what we want to have accomplished.
But why don't you go ahead and make a motion, let's see if it passes. If it doesn't, then we'll move on to some other way to solve the problem.
Then I'll make a motion I'll make a motion that we accept and pass what's been presented to us in agenda item 9D.
For purposes of getting this on the floor for a vote, so we can make a resolution one way or the other, I'll second the motion. That is not a guarantee I'll vote for it, it's just that it gives us all an opportunity to
Well,
vote on it.
Chairman's going to call for the vote because we've wore out the
Well,
discussion.
I would be I made a note here and I didn't say it. If we pass this, I would be comfortable at 2% on the millage rate, and to do this for 2 years and monitor it and see how we're going. And if it's going south, I say we kill it.
I'll amend the motion to what he just said.
Is it 2%?
2 mils.
2 mils.
2 mils. Yeah.
Now, just so that's a fairly substantial increase.
Right.
You're going from, this would be
From 1 to 2.
to 2 mils.
Why can't we just leave it at 1 mil and monitor it for 2 years and then kill it?
Yeah, because, I mean, you go to 2 mils,
That's
you're
what-
increasing their tax
I had-
rate.
Why don't you give me a tank of gas? I'll drive around, look at these roads, and I find bad ones, we'll fix them. And I'll tax the people who live on them with their mill, 1 mil, 2 mil, whatever it is. I'm sorry.
I have sold this at the 1 mil, Chairman Hall, since the beginning of time. And so I'd be happy to leave it at the 1 mil, monitor it for 2 years. I'd be happy to monitor it for a year and kill it if it's not working.
I'll go with that.
All right.
I'll compromise on the millage.
You're my friend, I'm gonna give you 1 year.
Are we friends? Yeah.
I've always been my friend.
And didn't he say he would give us a report? I'd like a report every
I want a
day.
report
Every day I want a
much as
report.
the rock-
Castro,
as much as the
please
rock
do that,
crusher.
because he's going to ask me for the report.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's right. He'll delegate that immediately.
Yes, he will.
Just get your notes from Jamie back there. She has rock crusher notes that you can just duplicate.
Lauren Maxwell just sent me a text and she said, "Where's the hell is my husband?"
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
So done.
I'll be dang.
Oh, my God. I almost retired on that one.
Way to go, Trinity.
You got 1 year, buddy.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. And the happiest part of that whole thing is you admitted being my friend.
No, that's it, right? I've checked off all the other items on the thing except
You know he's a politician, so I wouldn't go to the bank.
Yeah,
on that.
true. There you go.
Gary,
what am
you good for one more? All right.
Oh, we got
Okay,
another one.
we have one more item.
I thought we have two, 11E and 12B. No? Did I miss one? I don't know. I'm sort of checking
How
them
fast
off.
can we do the AUR
Everything
report?
we have done.
Not,
We're
it's
not doing
continued
that
to the
today.
28th of
Okay,
January.
good.
So
Yeah,
all we have left is item 16K12 that is now 12B. This is a recommendation to approve and authorize the chairman to execute a settlement agreement which will dismiss with prejudice all claims brought by Naples Golf Development LLC against Collier County and Commissioner McDaniel related to a Bert Harris claim filed pursuant to Florida statutes 70.001 regarding application of the county's golf course conversion ordinance on the links of Naples Golf Course and approve all necessary budget amendments. This was moved to the regular agenda by me, and County Attorney Klatskow has some comments. I'll hand it to Commissioner LaCastro or County Attorney Klatskow, whoever is going to take the ball.
I'll hear from the county attorney.
All right, County Attorney Klatskow.
First slide is an overview of where the Naples Golf Course is located. That is a summary of what happened. It's just factual in nature. I don't need to repeat it. Yeah.
Tell 'em.
Hey, just go back for 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. We're involved in litigation in this matter. My strong recommendation is that we dispose of it with this settlement agreement.
Mr. Saunders?
Does this take care of the public records lawsuit as well?
Yes, sir.
And then this allows the golf course owner to move forward with some sort of residential project or to sell the property to somebody who moves forward,
We'll
correct?
probably flip it.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve if there doesn't look like there are any speakers.
I'll second it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I have to abstain. He didn't announce that, but I'm.
No worries, we
Get
passed
out.
you.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15, Staff and Commission General Communications. Item 15A, public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during the previous public comments in this meeting.
Oh, there is none.
Item 15B, staff project updates. There are none. Which brings us to item 15C, Staff and Commission General Communications. I do have one housekeeping matter. We do need to schedule a mental health workshop to talk about the mental health strategic plan, which was actually mentioned when we were doing the David Lawrence item, as well as, I won't take
That's all right. He was talking about
land.
referring to us having part of that and then work that day to talk about the future of the landfill. I wanted to bring that up, so.
We had planned to schedule basically a 3/4 day-ish workshop with mental health in the morning. Commissioner Kowal has some comments about a workshop topic on the landfill and all things solid waste, and would be the appropriate time for us then to touch on our update to the strategic plan and budget. Originally looked at a February workshop date, but based on schedules, it looks like March 6th. 4th, 6th, let me check again, is going to be the date. If this is okay with all of you, then we'll check with your aides and make sure that everybody has held that date. We typically hold that first, it's March 4th, I'm sorry, March 4th. We typically hold that first Tuesday of the month as a workshop date anyway, but we would utilize a good part of the day for these topics if it's.
What did we talk about this morning that we needed to talk about? We said we need to do that when we thought about, we need to do it sooner than later.
Landfill.
No, it was something that we talked about this morning.
That was the bay.
Yeah,
the
the Clam
dredging.
Pass.
Clam
It seemed like
Pass.
so long ago, yeah.
Yeah, Clam Pass.
We probably need to do
Clam
that
Bay
sooner.
and that
We
whole
can get
thing.
together on, we can get,
We can add that as a subject matter if you want to. I mean, we can have a brief discussion on it. It's not going to get fixed in one workshop, nor necessarily is a landfill, but
So we
certainly have a meeting on it.
we can add it as a topic based on kind of where we are. I had assumed that we'll be meeting with our coastal zone folks as well as the Pelican Bay folks as well as the other interested parties to try to sort some of this out. But it may be an opportune time just to hold some time for general discussion on that because March is a long way away. So we probably can get some work done on that topic between now and then. So if that is okay with you, we'll hold March 4th for these topics, and we'll get those on your calendars with your aides. And with that, nothing else. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, County Attorney.
Merry Christmas and nothing else.
Mr. McDaniel,
Same. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Mr. LoCastro.
Couple quick things. As we turn the corner on 2025, let's not forget about Resource X. I'd love to get another update from them and see what kind of progress they're making and those sort of things. Along those same lines, and I really don't need an answer, but I hope we learned some things on the Lynx golf course. You know, that was one that, we blew through it quickly here, but that there should be a lot of learning curves on that one. It was sloppy, and I think we don't need to beat that dead horse, but it's not one of our prouder moments. In closing, I want to thank my colleagues for spending 7 hours on Section 29. I'm sure we're all going to get hate mail from folks that think, we can just wave a magic wand and make everything perfect. But, sometimes we have to say yes to things that we hate a little less. I will tell you, having a conversation with a few powers that be afterwards, to include Mr. Yovanovitch, they've got a 2-year, probably 2 years ahead of them, going through all the state and federal wickets. So that's gonna be a while, and there's no guarantee that that'll get approved. But I think we're all comfortable that we had a unanimous vote on our piece. And then last, I want to thank Commissioner Hall. This is his last meeting as chair. It's a lot. Looks easy from the cheap seats here for the four of us. And I think Commissioner Saunders, we were talking yesterday, and he'll be the next chair, and he was saying, you do have to. It is a different job than the four. You have to really run the meeting and stay focused. You have to meet with the county staff a little bit more and really understand what's on the agenda. Really, at any given time, the four of us could walk in here, and I know we don't, but could walk in here with very little knowledge of the agenda and listen and vote and that sort of thing. But the chair doesn't really have that luxury. I'm really impressed that all five of us run a professional meeting, and I think the Planning Commission can learn a lot from us. But today maybe didn't turn out the way we always say somebody's going to leave here upset, and trust me, a whole bunch of people probably did. But I think it's a big muscle movement in my district, but I'm proud of the way that we conduct ourselves, and I really appreciate the deep dive that the four of you did, asking difficult questions, understanding the moving parts, and also meeting with citizens and Mr. Yovanovitch, and we certainly made good use of the extra month. But having said that, see you on the flip side, 2025.
Mr. Kowal.
I'd like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, and thank you, Commissioner Hall, for running us through this past year as our chairman. I'll swing by McDonald's drive-thru, honey, and I'll get us some anniversary food tonight.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah, happy anniversary.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 different items I want to go through, but in the interest of matrimonial harmony, I will just simply say happy anniversary and happy holidays to everybody, and also thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this past year. It's been very good, very great. So thank you.
Thank you all. Merry Christmas to you. Thanks for the kind words. I'm ready to pass the gavel. It'll be a welcome little chance, but I enjoy working with you. I never have left this dais thinking that, oh man, we blew this decision today, or I had regrets. I've spent 2 years here now, and every decision that we've made, I've been very comfortable with it, and I just wanted you to know I like working with you and appreciate everything that everybody puts into this deal, and we got a lot more work to do coming next year. With that, meeting adjourned.